This afternoon, it is my sad duty to introduce a motion of condolence in the name of the First Minister. The flags at Holyrood fly at half-mast today in honour of our dear parliamentary colleague, Christina McKelvie MSP. We stand with our friend and colleague, Keith Brown MSP. And on behalf of all members, on behalf of all who work in the Scottish Parliament, my warmest welcome to Christina and Keith's family who join us today. Christina spoke of Lewis and Jack with such love and pride. She adored her grandchildren. Please accept our deepest condolences and our most sincere sympathies. There has been an outpouring of respect and affection across this chamber, across the Parliament, and from far and wide for Christina in these difficult days. And I hope that you will take comfort and solace from the great number of messages that you have received. Only a few short weeks ago, Christina announced that she would not seek re-election next May. And she wrote that it was the honour of her life to represent the people of Central Scotland and the communities of Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse over the past 18 years. She wrote too of her pride in all that she achieved as an MSP, as a convener and as a minister, and rightly and deservedly so. Christina's desire to make things better for people defined her approach to public service. Her own illness made Christina doubly determined to use her position to raise awareness and to advocate for others. The Parliament community is sad and subdued. We feel Christina's loss sorely. A passionate debater in the chamber, but she had such great chat in the garden lobby. And when it came to wearing it pink, no one wore it like Christina. We will miss her. I call the First Minister.
Presiding Officer, it is with great sadness that I rise to move the motion in my name to honour and to express our thanks for the profound effect on all of our lives of my colleague and friend, Christina McKelvie MSP. I'd like to thank other parties in this chamber for offering their debating time today to allow more of my party colleagues to make their tributes today. It is an act of generosity which is deeply valued by us all. Last week I used the term force of nature to describe Christina's life. And although a frequently used term, in Christina's case, it was entirely justified. She was born in Glasgow in the late 1960s, and she was very proud of her Easterhouse roots. Growing up, she saw at first hand her fair share of injustice affecting her family and her community. But she also saw the very best in people. In particular, she drew enormous inspiration from her mum, her dad and her grandparents. And over the years, Christina spoke a lot about how these experiences shaped her beliefs and her values and made her determined to address the injustice that she had witnessed as a child. Her dad was diagnosed with MND when she was just 9 years old. Christina saw not only how her mum cared for her dad with such love as his illness progressed, but also how she worked nights to support her 4 children at a time when there was scandalously little support available from the state. Christina associated a yellow rose with her late mother, and you, Presiding Officer, myself, my colleagues and many others are wearing the yellow rose today in their honour. For the last week of Christina's life, her family placed a yellow rose by her side. I've been rereading an interview Christina gave a few years ago, where she recounted the day that her dad learned of his MND diagnosis. He came to her school, rounded up Christina and her siblings, and told the protesting head teacher that while his kids could come to school any day, they cannot always spend a day with their dad. He then took them to the cinema to see Star Wars. Presiding Officer, on what was a devastating day, I think I understand the lesson that Christina's dad wanted to impart to his young children. And judging by the way Christina recounted that story all those years later, it's clear that she did too. Every day counts, and we should make every day count. That was certainly how Christina went on to live her life. She began her career in social work services and entered the trade union movement as a member of Unison. Elected politics beckoned. Entering this Parliament in 2007, Christina quickly made her mark as one of its most energetic and engaging members. She was a tireless champion and campaigner for the Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse constituency that she loved. And it's her efforts for her constituents struggling with energy bills particularly that stand out for me as something she did on behalf of some of the most vulnerable in her community. In 2018, alongside her council colleague Julia Mars, Christina worked with Scottish Power to establish a quick credit voucher scheme to support those in fuel poverty. It would allow constituents attending food banks to access vital heating or power to cook their food. Having successfully trialled this scheme in Hamilton, Scottish Power rolled it out in other areas. To date, this plan has helped around 20,000 families or individuals. Christina did not seek personal credit for this wonderful initiative, but it is clear that she was absolutely crucial to its creation. Presiding Officer, Christina's achievements in Parliament and in ministerial office are no less impressive. She was rightly proud of her work as convener of two committees, European and External Relations and the Equalities and Human Rights Committee. She sponsored, as you mentioned, Presiding Officer, the very first Wear It Pink Day in the Scottish Parliament in support of breast cancer now, long before her own diagnosis. Many an image-conscious parliamentary colleague, and there are some, will recall that feeling of absolute trepidation as Christina, armed with all sorts of pink paraphernalia, would hunt members down to ensure they all played their part in the campaign to raise awareness of breast cancer. And I can confidently say that the only person on the planet that could persuade me to wear endless pink paraphernalia would be Christina McKelvie. She campaigned for better support for people living with MND in honour of her late father. She was a key parliamentary supporter of the TIE campaign, which led to inclusive education being embedded in every school in Scotland, and the diligent persuasion, quietly, that Christina undertook was crucial in my decision to make this happen. She fought to support those at risk of domestic abuse by championing Clare's Law, which allows the disclosure of previous violent and abusive behaviour. She worked to tackle the stigma surrounding menopause. She launched the world's first strategy to tackle loneliness and social isolation. She campaigned to improve the lives of gypsy travellers in Scotland, and she fought to protect girls by introducing legislation banning FGM. Presiding Officer, every cause to which Christina devoted herself was underpinned by the core values that she held throughout her life: equalities, fairness and social justice. She was a lifelong campaigner on nuclear disarmament, a proud feminist, a staunch socialist, a committed trade unionist, a nationalist and an internationalist, deeply devoted to Scotland, realising her potential as an independent nation at the heart of Europe. In all, Christina did make every day count. Even in recent years, when facing her cancer diagnosis, Christina was still thinking of others. She publicly encouraged women to check themselves and to attend their screening appointments. And she was so passionate about trying to improve the lives of others through her work as Minister for Drugs and Alcohol Policy that she was determined not to step back from her duties until she absolutely had to last summer. Christina was a much-loved member of the SNP family, but it was of course her own family that brought her the greatest happiness in her life. Everyone who knew Christina and her partner, our parliamentary colleague and my party's deputy leader, Keith Brown, could see how much happiness that they have brought to each other. She spoke always of her pride in her sons Jack and Lewis as they grew up, and more recently, Christina had the unbridled joy of becoming a granny. I express my deepest sympathy and that of the Government to all of Christina's family and friends at their very personal loss. Presiding Officer, in Christina's heart, there was room for all of us. She was one of the kindest and the most generous people I have ever met in my life. My government has lost an outstanding minister. My party has lost one of its finest parliamentarians. And many people, of all parties and of none, have lost a true friend. But I know that we will all feel the glow of Christina's warmth for years to come. There are tough days in political leadership. If you were ever having one, Christina McKelvie would make you feel better, with warmth, hope, encouragement, and always with laughter. I am so profoundly grateful that my life has been blessed by the friendship and the love of one of Parliament's finest, Christina McKelvie.
I now call on Russell Finlay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. On behalf of my colleagues and my party, I commend the First Minister on his warm, heartfelt and personal tribute to our late parliamentary colleague, Christina McKelvie. In previous remarks, Mr Swinney said that Christina's political allies and opponents alike would agree she truly was a force of nature, a point he repeated today. Well, we do agree, and we are grateful for the chance to pay our respects to the force of nature that was Christina McKelvie. On Christina's website is the following quote: "My aim is to be an accessible MSP, available to respond to my constituents' needs whenever and wherever possible." And that is exactly what she did. She will be missed by our constituents in Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse, and she will be missed by those who worked with her as she performed her duties as an MSP and as a minister. And she will be missed by politicians from all parties, including my own. In his tribute to his partner, Keith Brown said that she was proud of her working class roots in Easterhouse, and often said she could not have dreamt of becoming a government minister. Her success is a fitting legacy, confirmation that no matter where you come from, you can aim high and you can succeed. And as a member of this Parliament, she made great use of her opportunity. As the First Minister said, she hosted Parliament's first Wear It Pink event in support of breast cancer now, long before she was diagnosed with the disease that took her life. And one of her greatest achievements was promoting Clare's Law, which allows the police to disclose if someone's current or ex-partner has a history of violence or abuse. And that has made a huge difference to so many lives. I conclude by telling Christina's partner, Keith Brown, her beloved family who have joined us today, and her colleagues, that they are in our thoughts. We cannot ease their pain, but hope the esteem in which Christina was held brings them some small comfort in this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Jackie Bailey.
Presiding Officer, on behalf of the entire Scottish Labour Party, I want to put on record our deepest condolences on the passing of Christina McKelvie. Christina's death, we know, will be keenly felt by her family, particularly her sons, Lewis and Jack, and of course her partner of many years, Keith Brown. And for her friends and colleagues in the SNP, the hurt will be all too present. Christina's passing has been a cause of grief and of sorrow across this chamber, in her community of Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse, and with all who had the pleasure of working with her, and of course for her constituency and parliamentary staff too. She was a woman who dedicated her life to public service and to working to improve the lives of her fellow Scots. I first met Christina many years ago, long before she entered frontline politics here in Holyrood, and she was fierce then, believe me. Already she was dedicating her time to causes she believed in. She worked in supported employment in the East End of Glasgow and was an active trade unionist in Unison, which is when I first met her. Standing up for working people, demanding fairness and justice for her colleagues, she was absolutely a force of nature. So it was no surprise that when Christina was elected to this Parliament in 2007, that she championed progressive causes. As convener of the Equal Opportunities Committee, many of her early interventions in the Chamber reflected her passion for equalities, often reflecting on her earlier career and real-life experiences of supporting vulnerable young people into adulthood. And as Christina's skills became apparent to the government, she rightly was rewarded with ministerial roles that reflected her commitment to social justice. First as Minister for Older People and Equalities, and latterly as Minister for Drugs and Alcohol Policy. And despite our very occasional differences of opinion, Christina was always open for debate, open for discussion, putting outcomes for the people of Scotland before narrow party considerations. And I respected her enormously for that. And when Christina was sadly diagnosed with breast cancer back in 2020, she responded in characteristic fashion by continuing to raise awareness, having, as we've heard, always supported Breast Cancer Now's Wear It Pink, and encouraging women to regularly check their breasts and attend screening appointments. As ever, she did all of this with her characteristic good humour, always smiling, always warm, and I found always up for mischief. Presiding Officer, the passing of Christina McKelvie leaves a void in our Parliament, in our public life, and in the hearts of many who knew her. But as we reflect on Christina's life, it is impossible to conclude that it was anything than a life well lived. A life dedicated to the service of others, a life full of love for her friends and her family, and a life that has touched so many others and enriched our days.
Thank you. I now call on Patrick Harvey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm grateful not only to have known Christina McKelvie, but grateful for the opportunity to offer the deep condolences of the Scottish Greens to Christina's family and friends for their very personal loss. It's a loss, though, that will also be felt very deeply by everyone who worked with Christina. Of course, most acutely by SNP colleagues. But Christina was someone who was held in great affection, as I think we've already heard, right across the political spectrum. So to the whole family, and of course to our colleague Keith Brown, I hope that they know they have been in our thoughts and will remain so. Over the last week, there have been some common themes in the conversations that I've had with colleagues about Christina, colleagues from different political parties. I've heard people reflecting on her friendship, her warmth, and the way her passionate belief in her values, and at times her very real anger at injustice, never took away from her sense of fun and her positivity. I've heard from so many members who recall Christina's kind words when they were first elected. That's something that means a lot to new members. It can be a daunting experience coming here for the first time, and I know that there are many in the chamber today who arrived here in recent elections who will value those memories of Christina's friendship and warmth. So in offering our condolences to those who knew and loved Christina, I hope all of us in Parliament can return some of that friendship and warmth. As has been said, her work in Parliament and her first ministerial role covered equalities, and there could hardly have been a better fit. I want to express my gratitude especially for her strong track record on LGBT+ equality and human rights, often facing down some of the divisive and nasty forms of prejudice, both old and new. And I lost count of the number of times that I heard her speak with passion about the need to treat asylum seekers in our society as human beings, and the pride that Scotland should take in offering safety and welcome to those who need it. One last theme that has come up in those conversations I've had over the last week, it's something that's been on my mind, but I've heard many others make the same observation. We all know that politics isn't always a nice business. It doesn't always bring the best out of us. And people sometimes worry that the job will change us for the worse, and sometimes that happens. In my experience, Christina McKelvie defied that fear. She never gave in to cynicism, entitlement, or cruelty. She remained a person who instinctively expressed compassion and kindness. So I hope that her life will be celebrated. Of course, just as a lovely human being, but also as an example that politics and politicians can stay human and humane.
Thank you. I now call on Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, members of Christina's family and Keith, there are days when this place sits in shadow, in times of national crisis, of political rancour, and in days of grief like this. But there are times when it absolutely shines. More often than not, the spoken contributions of Christina McKelvie MSP lent themselves to such occasions. We came from different political traditions, but I recognised that defiant brightness with which she carried herself from our first meeting, long before I entered politics in my days as a youth worker. I'll never forget the giddy joy that she brought to Abelar's Strictly Come Dancing fundraiser when, after a chance meeting with Keith Brown on a train, I persuaded both of them to enter months of training ahead of that event. She was well regarded both at home and overseas, and I was so impressed at the warmth with which she was greeted on a committee trip to Strasbourg by parliamentarians, diplomats, and human rights defenders alike. Indeed, the defence of human rights was absolutely central to who Christina was. And you may recall, Presiding Officer, that she came perilously close to being ejected from this chamber the time that she wore a Pussy Riot cap in solidarity with the Russian rock band incarcerated for standing up to Putin. I was her vice convener on the Equalities and Human Rights Committee for much of the last session, so I got to know her pretty well, and I was always very fond of her. And if you were to ask me to summarise Christina's personality in 3 words, they would be these: love, light, and laughter. So uncommon in the world of politics, but in the final analysis, Presiding Officer, what else really matters? On behalf of the Scottish Liberal Democrats, I express our sincere condolences to all of those who loved Christina and who grieve her loss today. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call up Nicola Sturgeon.
This chamber feels far too quiet without Christina's infectious laugh. It is impossible in 3 minutes to encapsulate the remarkable human being she was. But let me share these fundamental truths about a woman I was so privileged to call my friend. First, she was a truly exceptional politician with abilities all too rare in places like this. The connection she made with people came from her heart, a heart she always wore proudly on her sleeve and which burned with a passion for social justice and equality. When I made Christina a minister, I knew she would do a good job, but I did not anticipate the strength of the impact she made. As First Minister, whenever I encountered someone who worked in her policy field, they would invariably tell me that they loved her. No disrespect to my other ministers, but that was not normal. Second, she was the beating heart of her family. Forgive me, Presiding Officer, if I address them directly. Keith, you were her soulmate, and I don't think you will ever know how much happiness you brought her, and I know she made you deeply happy too. Lewis and Jack, she was so very, very proud of you. Rare was the conversation with your mum that didn't involve accounts of what one or both of you were up to. A little known fact is that Jack and I share a birthday, which meant Christina was always one of the first people I would hear from on my birthday every year. I will so miss those texts, but from now on, Jack, whether you like it or not, in my little mark of remembrance, I am going to be the first person you hear from on your birthday every single year. Finally, Christina McKelvie was an absolutely incredible friend. Over the past couple of years in particular, when she must so often have had the weight of the world on her own shoulders, she was always concerned to know how I was. On St Andrew's Day last year, we were both at Janie Godley's funeral. I could tell that day Christina wasn't feeling well, so I forced her to let me drive her home. I am going to gloss over her assessment of my driving, but I am so deeply grateful to have had that time with Christina. It was probably the most profound conversation we ever had. She opened up about her fears of what lay ahead, and for the loved ones that she knew she would leave behind far too soon. And we reflected together on how short life is, how important it is to live every single day of it to the full, and even in the darkest of times, to find reasons to laugh. And it is that, ultimately, her laugh and her unfailing ability, no matter what, to lift my spirits, that I will remember most about the beautiful, funny, wise woman that was Christina McKelvie. Christina, I loved you. We all loved you. And I am going to miss you so very much.
I call Fiona Hislop.
Presiding Officer, bright, breezy, with a brilliant smile bursting into a room is how I first met Christina McKelvie over 20 years ago, and how I remember her to this day. I was leading a training day for SNP women, and this bright spark of a woman, an active trade unionist, a feminist, and a gallus, articulate woman, relayed how she was an organiser and an engine room election agent, but never candidate material. But I saw that potential, and she credited or blamed me, along with Nicola Sturgeon, for getting her to stand with her subsequent election. And I got to know her fierce passion for tackling inequalities when she was then my parliamentary liaison officer in education, shortly after she was elected. And then she was a fine committee convener, navigating European and External Relations Committee, and then Equalities and Human Rights, where she thrived and excelled. And all the kind comments made by MSPs across the political divide last week demonstrated that with her sheer force of personality and kindness, she must be the MSP who has impacted the most on so many in this Parliament. And she used her time as a backbencher to reach out and connect with others. Her warm personality, empathy and compassion made an impact on her constituents, and she clearly relished serving her constituency. And during the pandemic, I automatically thought of her with her trade union background and asked her to work with Jamie Hepburn to coordinate the recovery plans in preparation for reopening workplaces, working with unions and employers. And I was so pleased to see the STUC pay tribute to her this week. Of course, her brightest beaming smile was when she talked with pride of her sons, her boys, who have grown up to be such fine young men, and her pride in becoming a granny recently. And anyone in the company of Keith and Christina as a couple saw the love, the affection and the joy they found in each other, although I'm never sure how she really felt about being called affectionately doll and hen by our dear friend Keith. Christina McKelvie also had a curious mind, and loved to learn and explore new things, and had an encyclopedic knowledge of astronomy. The world and space was big and needed explored. And that big world is smaller with her passing, but she made it brighter by being part of it. It has been a privilege to know Christina McKelvie, and now a responsibility to learn from her. My thoughts are with all who loved her.
I call Jamie Green.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I have a memory, as many of us do, of being cajoled into a committee room during our lunch breaks to don a bright pink feather boa. And in my case, I'm pretty sure some pink pearls too. There is much photographic evidence of this. But it was all in the good cause. It was in support of the Wear It Pink campaign. And I say to the First Minister, some of us needed less persuading than others to do this. But why is that? Because you can't take yourself too seriously for a good cause. It was a fun way to highlight a very serious issue. And doesn't that just sum up Christina McKelvie perfectly? A fun person who took our passions incredibly seriously. Like when she and I marched arm in arm at the 2018 Edinburgh Pride event. Or when she reached out to me immediately after FMQs to arrange a meeting after I had raised the issue of drug deaths in my own region. She was always proud to work across the chamber on issues where there was a shared passion. It was her fearless support and campaigning for the Thai campaign back in 2016 that I remember. Her lobbying efforts helped that campaign gain cross-party support, including many from my own benches. And it was her endless passion for equality was, and still is, something that I hold dear. You know, she once said to me in the Parliament bar after a mutually difficult day, "You're no bad for a Tory." And I think in our mind's eye we can all hear her voice in that phrase. But it was perhaps a similarity of our roots in life for the reason I took that as a massive compliment. She also said to me after another mutually difficult day, "Jamie, you can only do your best and be proud of your achievements. Colleagues, what more can you ask for in life? Do your best and be proud of your achievements." I hope Christina's family are proud of her today. If I had to sum her up in a single word, that word would be fun. And there's a lesson in life for all of us, isn't there? Be passionate, be decent, but enjoy your life. And I make a promise to those grieving her loss today that there are plenty of us left here in this Parliament who will try to keep the flames of her many passions alight.
I call Neil Gray.
Presiding Officer, Christina is the best of us, a force of nature, a warrior for those she served and a rock for those she loved. Christina gave a great hug. They were indeed powerful, and I will cherish the memory of our last hug. Christina gave more than just physical hugs, though. The way that she built relationships with her staff, with her friends, with those she met as an MSP and a minister was by metaphorically putting her arms around you and pulling you in. Rachel Patterson, Christina's most recent private secretary, shared the following with me. "From the moment I met Christina, I felt a warmth and noticed she was like this with everyone she came across. It didn't matter who you were. She taught me so much in the time we spent together. I'll visit the bench in St Andrews Harbour that you told me your mum loved, and I hope you will be sitting right beside me." Rachel's right, Presiding Officer. Christina was always there. I've heard so many stories of people Christina quietly supported through their cancer journey while she was going through her own. Christina lifted those around her, friend or stranger, with her love, her kindness and her generosity. She also drove those of us around her with her wit, her fire and her principled determination. I will treasure so much her messages of encouragement and pride when I joined her in government. She put her arms around me and built me up. Her long-time office manager, Martha McAllister, told me this was the way that she was with her staff too. She made sure to surround herself, as Martha put it, with similarly bolshy, trade union trained staff. Christina was clear in the way people should be treated. I'm so sorry to all those across government, her constituency and Civic Scotland who will miss her dearly. But most of all, Presiding Officer, my heart truly breaks for Keith, for Jack and Lewis and Christina's family, for whilst we have lost 1 in a million, you've lost your world. And I hope that they can take comfort in the wave of messages and tributes that have been paid to Christina, all testament to her ability to build and forge relationships. And a perfect example of this is from a member of the Gypsy Traveller community who wrote the most beautiful poem about Christina. And this paragraph encapsulates what I mean. A gypsy man once lost, unheard, found strength in her promise, her every word. She showed me I mattered. She taught me to stand, with wisdom, with laughter, with a gentle hand. That came to Christina instinctively, through who she was, her generosity, her gallousness, and her graft for people. Christina is the best of us. While we won't see her again or get that hug, Christina's legacy lives on in all of those that she sought to serve. She gave them hope, and she left the world better than she found it. Thank you, Christina. We will miss you desperately.
Thank you. I call Paul O'Kane.
The Book of Wisdom in the Old Testament says that length of days is not what makes age honourable, nor number of years the true measure of life. Understanding, this is man's grey hairs. Untarnished life, this is ripe old age. And even if you're not a person of faith, I think that poetry speaks to all of us. Our colleague has gone too soon, but today and in the days to come, we have an opportunity to measure her life, her love, her contribution in this place, and the contribution she made to so many people. Her constituents, many of the stories of how she helped them, we will never know. But we do know of the countless people that she would have helped with her kindness, her compassion and dedication. We can also measure her life and love for Keith, for Lewis and Jack, and for all of her family and friends. The Book of Wisdom would say of those bonds, coming to perfection in so short a while, she achieved long life. I did not know Christina for as long as so many others in this Parliament, but I found a photograph last week of the Edinburgh Pride March in 2022, which was led by Alex Cole-Hamilton, Maggie Chapman, me and Christina. She brought her 2 nieces that day and was so proud to be showing them the importance of allyship and standing with others and standing up for equality in Scotland, so much of which she helped to build. And we had a great chat that day on a long march around Edinburgh. We spoke about everything from our shared admiration for James Connolly to who could whistle the loudest when passing people who were objecting to the Pride March. And of course, as colleagues opposite would expect, she tried very hard to convince me of the merits of Scottish independence. And I think we agreed to disagree on that one. But, Presiding Officer, that is how I will remember Christina McKelvie. That sunny day in Edinburgh, full of joy, of love, of energy, on a march for the equalities and human rights of people she stood with for so long. That was the measure of her life. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Claire Adamson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There were a lot of hats in Christina's life. The iconic pink berries, bowlers and cowboy hats, the pussycat hat in this chamber, which she wore, which was mentioned already. What we forget that day is how she decried Trump and what he was doing in America so powerfully. Thank you, Martha, for the crafting. My heart goes out to Dion, Alex, Neil, Marianne and Lindsay, and our shared staff, David and Claire, and all those who have worked with her over the years. And it goes out to the wider Parliament community, to our staff here, Kirsty the barista, Audrey in security, and our mace bearer Robert, all of whom are favourites. Christina also had many friends in the Consular Corps of Edinburgh, and I know they are hurting today. Christina was the first SNP Group trade union liaison in this Parliament. Christina was the first person to champion the cause of MND and MND nurses. She was the first committee convener to champion eradicating the scourge of human trafficking. And her standing work has been mentioned with the Gypsy Traveller community, evidenced by Tommy's lovely poem that was shared by Jack on his Facebook. She was the first to raise revenge porn, menopause stigma, to fight for Clare's Law. She was the first in line at any Pride March. The first boot in the ground as we walked up the hill to protest at Dungavel with the other Lanarkshire lassies. Christina was first on the dance floor, first on the tables and occasionally the bar at the legendary Hamilton Larkhall and Stonehouse burn suppers with her great friend, Councillor Lynn Adams. I hope they are dancing together today. Christina was the first to offer a hand of friendship to support those in need and to give a voice to those who had none. And Christina was the last person who would ever have let anyone down. More hats. An amazing mum, granny, sister, partner, aunt, daughter and friend. And all in her and Keith's lovely blended family adored her. I will always remember a magical summer evening in Dubrovnik in 2019. An orchestra played beside us while we ate dinner. And as a finale ode to joy was echoing round the square, we all stood alongside with the many Europeans there that night, hands in hearts, tears in our eyes, mourning what we were about to lose. But of course, it only fired her spirit to fight all the more for our independence and to have Scotland rightfully back in the family of European nations. So you've been told, folks. Presiding Officer, Christina lit up all of our lives, and our world will forever be duller without her.
Thank you. I call Monica Lennon.
Christina McKelvie was passionate, principled and patriotic. We had our political differences, but over many years I experienced her warmth that so many others have mentioned and her wisdom. As one quarter of Christina's team Hollyboobs with Gillian Mackay and Christine Jardine, I will cherish our unforgettable moonwalk around Edinburgh. She united us to raise funds and awareness about breast cancer, an illness that does not care about party politics. Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse Labour Party paid tribute to Christina on Friday night. And I extend our sincere condolences and love to Keith, to Lewis and Jack, to her grandchildren, all her family and friends, especially her SNP family and everyone who loved Christina. Larkhall and District Volunteer Group will remember her as compassionate. Friends of Stonehouse Park have honoured a positive personality. And Hamilton District Food Bank said, "It has been a privilege to have had Christina in our lives. And I will remember the women who believed in human rights, who fought for equality and championed social justice." Presiding Officer, Christina loved a good quote, so I conclude with her words spoken in this chamber, in this Scottish Parliament, that she loved. And she said, "Be bold, be courageous, and be brave, because the people of this land our Scotland, demand and deserve nothing less.
Thank you. I call Shona Robertson.
It's an honour to be able to say a few words today about our friend and our colleague Christina. I first met Christina when we both worked in social work in the north of Glasgow, and I can tell you even then Christina was a force to be reckoned with and was very heavily involved and active in her trade union, always campaigning for better, always on the side of those less fortunate, always campaigning for fairness. And immediately upon meeting Christina, I had no doubt that there was a place for Christina in frontline politics. I also felt I had met a kindred spirit, which turned out to be true when we met again in this Parliament. And there's no doubt, as others have said, Christina certainly made her mark in this place, campaigning on issues close to her heart. And I have to say I have some cracking and quite ridiculous photos of us as part of the Wear It Pink campaign. Once Christina set her mind to supporting a cause, that was it. Total energy and commitment given to that cause. And I think that's why so many people from all walks of life have paid tribute to Christina's amazing contribution to public life. My last call with Christina was about a month ago. And I can tell colleagues she was on great form, talking about time with family, life as a granny, giving me some very strong views about the issues of the day and her opinion on them, and also how difficult she'd found it coming to the decision not to stand again. It was a good call, and I'm really thankful for it. Christina, thank you for being you and for giving everything you gave to those of us who were lucky enough to know you and regard you as a friend. My deepest condolences to Keith, Jack, Lewis and the whole family. Our thoughts are with you all at the most difficult of times. Rest in peace, Christina, my dear friend.
Thank you. I call Keith Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Thank you also for the personal support that you've given both to me and the family, not just in the last couple of weeks, but inquiring after Christina's health for so many months. I can also thank the First Minister, not just for the same thing, the constantly concerned for Christina's health, but in the way that he was able to manage her absence from government, and also, crucially, his 2 visits to the hospital, the first of which had a huge impact on Christina's family who were there at that time. I can also thank the members of the SNP group for their support over many months. I know you're all hurting as we are. Can I thank the party leaders and all those that have spoken? There's not a great deal left for me to say. You've hit all the right notes in terms of what Christina was and what she was about. It might be invidious to do so, but I can mention very quickly 3 people. Kirsty, who was mentioned in the coffee bar, who was always keen to hear about how Christina was doing. To Edward Mountain, similarly, who always inquired after Christina, notwithstanding his own issues with cancer. And also to Jamie Green, not just for what he said today, but the fantastic card that he sent to Christina. And he will know, and I will know what was in that, and that will stay between us. And also to her constituents and all the groups that have been in touch. An absolutely incredible response. And she was everything that people have said today. And she genuinely was. I know sometimes after somebody passes away, lots are said, but she was all those things. She was a feminist. She was a staunch supporter of the LGBTQ community. She was a staunch supporter of travellers, when many people were not. And can I say, and I know it's contentious, but it wouldn't be true not to say it, Christina was a trans ally. Yeah. Christina supported trans people. She was also, of course, and it's no surprise to anybody to hear me say, a very staunch supporter of independence. Now, Christina loved Scotland, its people, its culture, its history, but she also knew that many other people who didn't believe independence felt similarly strong about their country. And that is why I think you saw such an absence of malice and vindictiveness on the part of Christina. Also, it's been mentioned that Christina came from Easterhouse. She was extremely proud of the fact that she came from Easterhouse. She received some really snide comments when she was first elected, misogynistic and classist comments. But they just did not know the real Christina. And I think that's where she imbibed her values of social justice. And many of us learn these things quite legitimately when we read about politics or learn about politics. It was instinctive to Christina. It's who she was. She was also an artist, a very gifted artist. She was a poet. She wrote a fantastic poem for her granddaughter Maeve when she was born. She loved to travel. She loved to swim in a warm ocean. She wasn't for sitting by the pool. She wanted to be in the ocean. She loved science. There was a tribute to her paid by David Blanchflower, the astrophysicist, on Twitter, saying he felt he'd lost somebody that was extremely intelligent and fearless. And she was also a very gifted photographer. I always thought Christina to be a stunningly attractive woman. The real measure of Christina was not how she looked, but it was in her mind and in her heart. She never walked by on the other side. The number of times we were out when she would stop by somebody in the street, either giving them money or food or her time. One time in Campbelltown, a drunken man had fallen down. She wouldn't leave his side till the ambulance came. The newly, a mother who had just given birth to a child who had no money for a pram that Christina bought, and also the bedclothes to go with it. Christina loved a cup of tea, black, 2 sweeteners. And just to underline the point, in the hospital, I'd asked Christina if she wanted a cup of tea. And it wasn't a great time for Christina. And unusually, I was the only person in the hospital at the time. And she said, yes, please, but make sure everyone else has got one. There was nobody else in the room, but that was her instinct. And just to reassure people, those that loved her most, during the last week or so, Christina was never on her own. At every point, 24 hours a day, members of her family sat with her, held her hand, told her that she was loved, and she was surrounded by love in that last week. Christina, when she was first elected, went to an event in central Scotland. She met an MP from a different party, or rather than met him, she saw him, a large man, haranguing this young woman who was a Scottish Government comms officer, shouting at her. She stormed over and stood between them. And she said, your size, your shouting and your toxic masculinity don't intimidate me, so you can back off. I think it was back off that she said. It was something like that. And if you were going to intimidate a woman, you didn't do it around Christina McKelvie. She was, as we've heard, very proud to be an MSP and a government minister. When she became a minister, I wrote on Twitter a line from Simon Garfunkel, sail on, silver girl, your time has come to shine. And Christina sparkled and she shined. In the chamber, she never hated anybody. I remember the worst thing I heard her say was to a Tory MSP, she asked the question, why, that if he'd come to engage her in a battle of wits, he had come unarmed. It was meant in good humour, and it was taken in good humour. And also, Liz Smith will remember the endless Thursday morning education debates in that session. And in one of her contributions, Christina managed to get virtually every ABBA title into her contribution. She was great fun. Christina and I apparently first spoke in 2001. I don't remember it, but of course Christina, who had a mind like a steel trap, remembers that. I was the leader of Clackmannshire Council. 2 of her members she was representing had been arrested at Faz Lane, and she wanted to make sure that their employer, Clackmannshire Council, didn't further penalise them, which she made sure didn't happen. But she recollects in saying she found me to be opinionated and cocky. Which just shows us so sometimes Christina could be wrong as well. And then in 2007, at a rally, a pre-election rally for SNP candidates in Napier, I just thought she was a stunningly attractive woman and way, way out of my league. And then I became a committee convener, and Christina was on the committee, and I found a way to try and get on her good side. She hated being called Christine, and apologies to Christine Graham if she's here. So I was the person that jumped down the throat of anybody that had the audacity to call her Christine, and I bid to try and impress her as her defender. I'm not sure if it worked, but it was 18 months before we got together. And Christina's phrase for that is, we found love in a hopeless place. I've often thought of Christina as a star. People have talked about how much fun she was. To me, she was glamorous, she was sparkly, she was fun. And of course, planets revolve around stars. I just don't know what a planet does when its star has been extinguished. She was a credit to her two sons, Lewis and Jack. She would take such pride in her grandchildren, Leo and Maeve, and they'll never be allowed to forget Christina. She was a credit to her community, to Easterhouse, to the Scottish Government, to this Parliament and to Scotland. She was more beautiful inside than outside. And apart from my children, Christina McKelvie was the best thing that ever happened to me. Thank you.
Thank you. And the question is that motion 17000 in the name of John Swinney on motion of condolence be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed, and I suspend this meeting until 3:15.
Good afternoon. The next item of business is portfolio questions, and the first portfolio this afternoon is Rural Affairs, Land Reform and Islands. And at question number 1, I call Ros McCall.
Thank you. To ask the Scottish Government what recent engagement it has had with the UK Government regarding how to ensure the protection of Scotch whisky.
Cabinet Secretary Mary Goujon.
The Scottish Government takes the protection of Scotch whisky and all our iconic food and drink products very seriously. I had actually hoped to raise this at the interministerial group. However, this was disappointingly cancelled at short notice. However, I will be taking this important issue up with DEFRA at the earliest opportunity to share our concerns and the concerns of the industry at the proposals to redefine what is considered single malt. Now, whisky is, of course, a vital employer, particularly in our rural and island communities, and with £5.4 billion worth of exports last year, it is a significant contributor to our economy, and we will continue to work shoulder to shoulder with the sector to address any attempts to undermine confidence in our iconic single malt whisky.
Ros McCall.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that response, and that's exactly what I want to question. The success and growth of Scotch whisky is a story which we're all familiar, and in 2023 Scotch whisky accounted for 74% of Scottish food and drink exports, and 22% of all food and drink exports in the last year's exports was estimated to be worth £5.4 billion. Now, in my own region of Mid-Scotland and Fife, there are many successful distilleries, including Deanston, Glengoyne, Glenturret, Tullybarden, Lindores Abbey and Kinbarns, to name but a few. It was therefore extremely concerning to hear, as the Cabinet Secretary has alluded to, that the UK Government's Food Security Minister is still open to the possibility of allowing an English single malt application to be given the green light. Single malt is seen as a premium product for a reason. It's handcrafted using traditional methods, utilising.
I do need a question, Ms McCall.
So, will the Cabinet Secretary commit today to pressurising the UK Government more extensively on this point to ensure the protection of Scotland's iconic brand?
Cabinet Secretary.
I am in full agreement with everything that Ros McCall has set out there, and I know that you mentioned a number of distilleries were mentioned in the member's own region, as well as more broadly across Scotland. I mean, I think the economic impact and importance of our Scotch whisky industry is clear for everyone to see. So that's why we'll continue to do everything within our power to try and pressure the UK Government into ensuring that our iconic product is well recognised. But again, it is unfortunate that we had one opportunity to do that earlier this week, and that was cancelled at short notice, but we will continue to make that point to ministers at DEFRA.
Supplementary, Gordon MacDonald.
Before the Tories forced Brexit in Scotland, whisky had the protection of an EU geographical indication. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree that Scotland's produce, like whisky, will never be amply protected as long as Westminster governments, either Labour or Tory, have the power to legislate and undermine the interests of Scottish business?
Cabinet Secretary.
I recognise the point that the member has raised there, and of course following Brexit, when it comes to geographical indication holders, these were transitioned over and then offered protection through the UK scheme, though of course that is less well known than the previous scheme that we were part of as members of the EU. But of course I do agree with Gordon MacDonald on the wider point, because our whisky, salmon, beef, lamb, our cheese are some of the finest products from anywhere in the world, and anyone undermining the protection afforded to them by including lesser products really is playing with fire when it comes to these issues. So, of course, we'll continue to do all we can to ensure that these iconic products are protected.
And supplementary, Douglas Ross.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Scotch whisky's GI in Brazil, announced last August, took 10 years to negotiate. So does the Cabinet Secretary agree that it is deeply troubling for the United Kingdom to potentially have more than one definition of single malt, and it would actually be damaging to some of these negotiations by the industry around the world when they are trying to secure further definitions of this iconic Scottish product?
Cabinet Secretary.
I would agree with the member on that, and again I'll continue to do all that I can in my role in liaising with UK Government ministers to ensure that any definition of single malt isn't watered down in any way. Unfortunately, the process is still ongoing. We know that the consultation is open until the 20th of May, but we will certainly be making those representations to the UK Government.
Question number 2, Emma Roddick.
To ask the Scottish Government how it is engaging with Highlands and Islands communities on the future of land reform policy.
Cabinet Secretary.
I fully understand the cultural, economic and social importance of land reform and community ownership to people across the Highlands and Islands, and I will always ensure that their views are heard in the development of policy. Now, in the development of the current land reform bill, we consulted with rural communities across Scotland, including public meetings in Helmsdale, Glenmoriston and Stornoway. Our proposals will bring real improvements to the way land is owned and managed across Scotland, and we'll soon consult on the Community Right to Buy review, where the views of Highlands and Islands communities communities will again be crucial.
Emma Roddick.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. I, like many, was deeply concerned to see the sale of Slate Peninsula, given the response of community members who are surprised and worried that they won't get a say in what happens to the land next. I have written to the Cabinet Secretary seeking her support and asking her to convene a meeting of relevant stakeholders. It should be a given that communities get the chance and any available support to purchase land when it enters the market. So can the Cabinet Secretary speak to how the Land Reform Bill will support communities like Slate, and is there any support that she can offer them in the meantime?
Cabinet Secretary.
I want to thank Emma Roddick for raising that important issue, and again it was one that we'd actually covered in the debate on land reform which took place last week, because this is an example of where a local community hasn't been consulted or made aware of the landowner's intention to sell, and that's exactly the type of issue that we will be trying to address should the land reform bill be passed by this Parliament, because had the transparency proposals in this bill been enforced, the local community would have received that prior notification of the landowner's intention to sell. Now, I haven't yet seen the letter that Emma Roddick has sent to me, but of course I will consider that and see what more we can do to help the communities. Thank you.
Supplementary. Roger Grant.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In considering that, would the Cabinet Secretary look at intervening and asking the Clandonald Lands Trust to put the sale on pause, to enable the community to look at what is rhappening and perhaps come up with a bid themselves or in some way influence the sale of the land?
Cabinet Secretary.
Again, I want to thank Rhoda Grant for raising that question with me and also for highlighting the issue in Chamber last week. Now, I would obviously have to go and see what powers there would be there, but again, I think that's why we actually need this bill to pass through the Parliament, so that we have the opportunity there to prevent situations like this happening again. But I'm more than happy to follow up with Rhoda Grant on that.
Question number 3, Eleanor Whittam.
To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on its consideration of a fisheries management plan for the future management of wild wrasse.
Cabinet Secretary.
The Scottish Government has commissioned Seafish to undertake initial scoping work to help inform our approach to fisheries management plans for non-quota species, including wrasse. The Scottish Government has been clear that our resources are currently focused on delivering the statutory commitment in the UK Fisheries Act and the UK Joint Fisheries Statement for the production of 43 fisheries management plans, of which the Scottish Government is the lead coordinating authority for 21.
Elena Whittam.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer and appreciate that she has recently agreed that appropriate assessments will be done regarding taking wrasse from special areas of conservation and marine protected areas. Can the Cabinet Secretary confirm that the closure of the wrasse fishery between the 1st of December and the 30th of April is intended to protect wrasse species during the spawning season, protections which are a standard part of fisheries management plans?
Cabinet Secretary.
I would just want to offer that clarity that yes, the closure is to protect wrasse species. But I think, as I outlined when I was giving evidence to the Rural Affairs Committee in relation to fisheries management plans, not having one in place doesn't mean that we won't be taking any action to look at what more we can do for this important species. And indeed, we have undertaken a number of measures over the course of the past few years. But of course, it is a matter that we continue to keep under review and to see what more we can do when it comes to wrasse.
Supplementary. Ariane Burgess, who's joining us remotely. Ms Burgess, could you put your camera on, please? Thank you. Go ahead, Ms Burgess.
Dr David Bailey, who was commissioned by Nature Scott in 2019 to examine whether wrasse fishing could affect protected features, said, as a first measure, closing protected reefs to wrasse fishing would reduce the risk to protected features, ensure that at least some wrasse populations survive, and allow the ecological effects of wrasse fishing to be assessed. Does the Cabinet Secretary therefore agree it's important for the sake of our aquaculture industry, our marine environment and the commercial species that depend on them that at least some wrasse populations survive?
Cabinet Secretary.
Of course, wrasse is a very important species, and I hope I've been able to outline in my previous response, but also in response to the inquiry that the Rural Affairs and Islands Committee undertook in relation to aquaculture. We'd set out a number of measures there that we're looking to undertake. But I think what I would also outline, that obviously, and I think what we'd set out as part of our response to that report, was that we had received the report in relation to that just last year, the report that had been undertaken by Glasgow University. And on the back of that, and in light of that evidence, we're undertaking an appropriate assessment ahead of the wrasse fishery opening in May of this year. So I really just want to offer that assurance to Ariane Burgess and to other members that we are taking these matters seriously, because of course we've got to do what we can to ensure that we're protecting this species.
Question number 4 has been withdrawn. Question number 5, Tess White.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether it has made an assessment of the potential loss of agricultural land in the North East region as the result of development.
Minister Jim Fairley.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Scottish Government has not made such an assessment at a national or a regional level. The Scottish Government holds multiple data sets relating to land use. However, they alone could not support an assessment of potential loss of agricultural land. Scotland's fourth land use strategy is due for publication by March in 2026. And throughout its development, we will be working with stakeholders regarding the multiple demands placed on our land and the fine balances that must be found as we move forward. For new development proposals, National Planning Framework 4, soils policy only supports development in limited circumstances if on prime agricultural land or on locally important agricultural land of lesser quality.
Tess White.
Minister and Cabinet Secretary, the industrialisation of the North East by SSEN's monster pylon plans is causing alarm and trauma. I recently met with Angus farmers who, along with other stakeholders, raised serious concerns with me about the impact of the overhead lines on prime agricultural land. There are also worrying implications for the use of farming machinery, including autonomous tractors. Has the Scottish Government considered the loss of agricultural productivity as a result of SSEN's plans, and will it commit to protect our food security and our farmers in the North East?
Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I think in terms of the Scottish Government's commitment to protect not just the farmers of the North East but across the country is absolute. We have been absolutely crystal clear about that from day one. In terms of the specific area that she's talking about, the member's talking about, that is a local planning issue, and it should be for that local planning authority to decide what's happening in that area.
Question number 6, Graham Simpson.
To ask the Scottish Government how it is supporting the breeding of disease-resistant ash trees. Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Scottish Government invests in forest research and science, jointly funding research with the UK Government and other UK devolved administrations to further knowledge and understand in areas including tree pests and diseases, tree breeding and forest resilience. We are supporting plans for a clonal archive of resistant ash trees, which will be located in Scotland on the public forest estate. And this is part of ongoing work to support the breeding of disease-resistant ash trees.
Graham Simpson.
Can I thank the Minister for that answer? He will know that breeding resistant ash is crucial to combating ash dieback disease. The Future Trees Trust have been leading the way on this in Scotland, working with the Woodland Trust to increase the volume of Scottish provenance ash in their breeding programme. But the funding programme has been suddenly cut, and that puts planting targets in jeopardy. So can the Minister agree to reconsider this so that we can get the programme back on track?
Minister.
In terms of the specific programme that Graham Simpson is talking about, I'm more than happy to follow up with him in writing.
Question number 7, Monica Lennon.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what action it is taking to progress its ambition for Scotland to be a world leader in sustainable and regenerative agriculture practice.
Minister.
We are progressing the priorities set out in our vision for Scottish agriculture of high-quality food production, thriving businesses, climate action, nature restoration and a just transition. And we have maintained direct payments, launched the Whole Farm Plan and introduced the Agricultural and Rural Community Scotland Act. Through the Agricultural Reform Programme, we are working collaboratively to deliver a sustainable future for Scottish agriculture. We continue to prioritise the Agri-Environment Climate Scheme, with the 2024 round awards increasing funding by £3.9 million on the previous year. The recently announced £14 million Future Farming Investment Scheme will encourage climate-friendly farming, support efficiency and environmental sustainability.
Monica Lennon.
I welcome the Minister's response and update. Clarity over the definition of sustainable and regenerative agriculture has come up during the scrutiny of the Land Reform Bill. Can I ask what the Government is doing to ensure there is a clear and consistent definition and that the aims underpinning the vision, strategy and other legislation are clearly understood?
Minister.
I understand the point that the member makes about the definition, but the Scottish Government are currently working on a code of practice which has been co-development with the industry in order to get a better understanding of what that looks like, and we'll bring those measures forward in due course.
I have had requests for 3 supplementaries. I intend to take all of them. And the first supplementary, Finlay Carson.
GM crops play a critical role in sustainable and regenerative agriculture by enhancing crop resilience to pest, disease and environmental stresses. This reduces the need for chemical inputs like pesticides and herbicides, therefore minimising environmental impact. Additionally, GM crops can improve yields and nutritional quality, contributing to food security and sustainable farming practices. Can the Minister update Parliament on discussions with stakeholders on bringing forward legislation with regards to GM and give members of an indication of timelines for setting the way forward?
Minister.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised at the member talking about GM crops, because that's an entirely different thing from the conversation we've been having about gene-edited crops. Cabinet Secretary and myself very recently attended a round table to start the conversations about what this looks like going forward and whether there's a place for it here in Scotland.
Supplementary, Emma Harper.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Between the agricultural property relief proposals and the National Insurance budget decisions, I'm not sure that Labour care much about Scottish agriculture, but can the Minister highlight the challenges that are posed to Scotland's ambitions to be a world leader by Labour's decision to end ring-fenced funding?
Minister.
Well, the UK Government's budget decisions have not delivered the support Scottish agriculture requires, and failing to reverse the real terms cuts of previous years, nor providing the multi-year certainty that the sector needs. The changes to both the APR and the BPR will reduce confidence and investment in the sector even further. Despite the UK Government's removal of ring-fence funding, our 2025-26 budget continues to ring-fence that funding for agriculture. So we continue to press the UK Government to commit to meaningful engagement across the 4 nations on the future funding settlement for agriculture, and to provide the certainty and assurances in the delivery of the post-EU agricultural policies.
And supplementary, Rachel Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Last night, many of us attended the Food and Drink Federation reception, and the agricultural sector is calling for certainty. Now, Minister, the enactment of Section 29 to bring forward the Code of Practice on sustainable and regenerative agriculture is solely in the gift of Scottish ministers. So to enable investment in innovation and that confidence to the sector, can the Minister confirm when the Section 29 will come into force and when they will share the date of the code that will be published?
Minister.
I think the member would recognise that proper engagement and consultation with the sector is very important, so that when we do deliver that code of practice, it's got the full backing of the industry behind it. As I've already said, we're investing another £14 million just now in an innovation fund, and the Scottish Government has been absolutely committed, as it has demonstrated year after year, to be there right beside the Scottish agricultural industry.
And question number 8, Ash Regan.
To ask the Scottish Government whether its policy position in relation to an independent Scotland seeking to rejoin the EU includes rejoining the Common Fisheries Policy.
Cabinet Secretary.
As set out in our Building a New Scotland paper on our marine sector in an independent Scotland, the Common Fisheries Policy is an integral part of EU law. It's well established that members of the CFP, membership of that is a fundamental requirement of EU membership. Now, the Scottish Government supports the overarching principles and the strategic outcomes of the CFP and their role in supporting long-term sustainable fishing. An independent Scotland within the EU, as an influential maritime nation, would have a significant opportunity to shape the future of the policy and relevant legislative and regulatory developments.
Ash Regan.
Norway, which is a country similar in size to Scotland, is of course a member of the European Free Trade Association, giving access to the European Economic Area. And Norway thrives outside of the EU, but inside the single market, controlling its own waters, managing its own resources and delivering prosperity for its people. Does the Scottish Government accept that Norway offers a viable model for European trade for an independent Scotland, and what concrete steps is it taking to ensure that Scotland regains access to the single market?
Cabinet Secretary.
The member is right in that Norway offers another model and another alternative, but again it's the position of the Scottish Government that we would seek to rejoin the EU and to rejoin the EU as an independent nation, because although Norway is outside of the CFP, when you look at EU members such as Norway, they're required to implement the vast majority of EU law, but then they have little or no involvement in terms of how those laws are made. So that's why we would want to be an independent member state and be members of the EU, because we would then have the power and the ability to then shape that and to work for the benefit of Scotland.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes portfolio questions on rural affairs, land reform and islands. There will be a very short pause before we move on to the next portfolio to allow frontbench teams to change position. Thank you. Thank you. So we will now move on to the next portfolio this afternoon, which is health and social care. And at question number 1, I call Megan Gallagher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government how many NHS boards have designated single-sex spaces for women.
Cabinet Secretary Neil Gray.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This is a matter for individual boards who must ensure that all their facilities comply with relevant legislation, including the Equality Act 2010. Responsibility for complying with the requirements of the Equality Act 2010 rests with individual organisations. This Act is enforced by the Equality and Human Rights Commission, which has produced guidance to support separate and single-sex service providers.
Megan Gallagher.
This is a really basic question, and I'm finding it really difficult that the Cabinet Secretary cannot tell me today in the Chamber how many NHS boards have single-sex spaces for women. Worse still, ministers have told Parliament committees that they have no clue whether hospitals and health boards in Scotland are following the law. This is about dignity. This is about women's safety. So will the Minister urgently write to all health boards in Scotland to find out what their policies on single-sex spaces for women are, and once the responses are received, whether the Cabinet Secretary would be able to share these responses with MSPs?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Of course, as I said at the outset, it is a matter for individual boards to, as it is for all employing organisations, to ensure that they are complying with the law. We'll continue to interact with boards to ensure that the guidance that's been produced by the Equality and Human Rights Commission is being maintained, and we'll keep Parliament updated on that progress.
And supplementary, Cara Mochan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Government has repeatedly failed to say how it is ensuring that all health and safety workplace regulations are being complied with in regard to single-sex toilets. I have asked the Government this before. Can the Government provide any assurance that it will take some responsibility and look to assess the current situation in our NHS and other organisations, particularly ones in which the Government provide public funds, gather the data? It should not be difficult, but I do think it's essential.
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Cara Mochan for a question, but the Scottish Government expects all relevant organisations to comply with the requirements of the 2010 Act and other legislation that Cara Mochan references in their role as employers, such as the requirements of the law on health and safety in workplaces as outlined in the Workplace Health and Safety and Welfare Regulations at 1992. That expectation to follow the rule of law is clear, and we would expect boards and other public organisations to adhere to it.
A supplementary, Stephen Kerr.
Is the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Care really telling us that he doesn't know how many of Scotland's health boards are complying with the law? Has he not taken the time to ask that question? And if he hasn't, what on earth is he doing?
Cabinet Secretary.
I am not the employer of staff within the health service. The staff are employed by individual health boards, and it is their responsibility to ensure that they are adhering to the law. I've made very clear my expectations to Megan Gallagher and to Carol Mochan that not just in terms of the Equality Act, but also in terms of all elements of legislation and regulation, that they do comply with the law, and that expectation is very clear.
Question number 2, Neil Bibby.
To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on the progress of Action 42 in the Cancer Action Plan 2023 to 2026 to carry out a clinically led review on cancer waiting times.
Minister Jenny Minto.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Action 42 of the 3-year Cancer Action Plan commits to carrying out a clinically led review of latest data and evidence to determine whether there is merit in specific, additional or alternative cancer waiting time standards for different types of cancer and cancer treatment. The Government has been putting in place arrangements for this review, which will be underway shortly. The review will require significant clinical leadership with appropriate engagement across a range of stakeholders. A project steering group is being established which will support the review, determining if any amendments to the standards would enhance patient experience and meet the needs of the NHS for the future.
Neil Bibby.
I thank the Minister for that response. I submitted this question on behalf of Breast Cancer Now before the sad passing of our colleague Christina McKelvie, and I want to pay tribute to Christina McKelvie, who was a strong advocate for breast cancer awareness. My thoughts are with her friends and family at this difficult time. Presiding Officer, the 62-day target from urgent referral to starting treatment has sadly not been met for 4 years for breast cancer. Breast Cancer Now estimate that during this time, had the target been met, over 1,000 more people would have had a timely diagnosis and access to potentially life-saving treatments. The 62-day standard states that 95% of eligible patients should wait no longer than 62 days from urgent suspicion of cancer referral to first cancer treatment. However, currently the 62 standard is only being met by 1 of the 14 NHS boards. Does the Scottish Government agree that waiting time targets for cancer need to be reviewed so health boards and the Scottish Government can firstly identify, then address the causes of the delay?
Minister.
I thank Neil Bibby for his question and recognise the sentiments he introduced his supplementary question with, and my heart goes out to Christina McKelvie's family and friends and loved ones. This morning I met with Make Second Count, another breast cancer charity, and we had long discussions about research and the options of getting on clinical trials. So it's something that's very close to my heart. I recognise the question behind Mr Bibby's question around waiting times, and recognise that we do need to improve the service, and that's what the Scottish Government is investing in.
Question number 3, Colin Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether it will commit to renewing the Heart Disease Action Plan.
Minister Jenny Minto.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We're exploring a new long-term conditions strategy to better recognise the fact that many people living with long-term conditions, including heart disease, need the same types of support and care regardless of their condition. We will shortly launch a full public consultation on this strategy, and we plan to publish a long-term conditions framework before the end of 2025, with action plans following thereafter.
Colin Smith.
In June, the Cross-Party Group on Heart and Circulatory Disease, which I co-convened, published our inquiry report on the implementation of the current plan. We heard strong support for a specific heart disease plan, but concerns that a lack of focus and investment was impacted on the implementation. Figures, for example, from BHF Scotland showed waiting times for cardiology and key diagnostic tests are the longest on record. How will the Minister ensure that the Scottish Government and NHS Scotland provide sufficient resource and focus to address what remains one of the leading causes of death and ill health in Scotland? And will the Minister commit to specific actions in any long-term condition strategy that address the unique needs of people affected by heart disease?
Minister.
Thank you, and I thank Colin Smith for his supplementary question and recognise the huge amount of work that he has done as a member of the Heart Conditions CPG. I I had a meeting last week with the British Heart Foundation where we were discussing exactly what was behind Colin Smith's question. And I recognise that there is an importance that needs to be kept with regard to heart conditions in Scotland, but also recognise that there are a number of areas of care for heart conditions that could be replicated across other long-term conditions. To that end, I have met with cardiologists and other heart clinicians just last week, and also had a visit to the Royal Infirmary of Edinburgh to see more about what they are doing around diagnostics. So I absolutely understand where Mr Smith's question is coming from and commit to ensuring that I continue to work closely with those that are living with heart conditions.
And supplementary, Alexander Stewart.
Minister, the issue you've just talked about there is not being covered across many of the health boards that we've seen from the cross-party group. There seems to still be a postcode lottery when it comes to individuals receiving the care and attention they require. And having this disease action plan for the heart is vitally important. Clinicians and practitioners have come to the cross-party group to express their concerns. And I've heard what you've said so far, but I'm still not convinced, Minister, that that action plan and the way forward is going to be addressed in the short term.
Minister. So I thank Alexander Stewart for his follow-up and recognise the work that he does within the CPG as well. That was exactly why last week that I met with members of our cardiac clinical advisory team to discuss exactly the differences of service across, and I am working with other members of the Scottish Government to look at a task and finish group to move forward to ensure we have the best heart disease support and care within Scotland.
Question number 4, Fergus Ewing.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether it was aware that prior to NHS Highlands taking over responsibility for vaccination services from GPs, there were reported concerns that the NHS Board's system did not allow GPs to know their patients' vaccination status, and that this could therefore lead to a heightened patient risk.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Since April 2022, health boards have been responsible for delivering vaccines, and the vast majority of adult vaccinations, including flu, COVID, RSV, shingles and pneumococcal, are visible to GPs via their GPIT system. Currently, childhood and non-routine vaccinations do not automatically flow into GPIT from the separate systems that record them, but this predates the move from GP to health board delivery, as Fergus Ewing outlined. Some health boards may have data sharing arrangements in place with GP practices. This allows health board vaccination teams direct access to patient records to add vaccination history without GPs being required to do this manually, and this should be explored locally wherever possible. And any associated patient risk is mitigated by health boards providing GPs with a list of childhood and non-routine vaccines that they have administered, and the Scottish Government funds GPs to manually input these into their GP systems.
Fergus Ewing.
Yes, but the health board system has already failed. One infant lost her life because her mother didn't get the vaccination letter offer until it was too late. The Cabinet Secretary knows this was the case. His officials knew that when they brought in this system, the information about who had been vaccinated could not be shared with GPs at that time. And the paper chase of doing it thousands of inputs just doesn't work, Cabinet Secretary. Surely the service must be returned to local GPs, and that is necessary to prevent the risk of further loss of life in the Highlands. And I know that's something that we all wish to avoid, but the advice I've had from GPs is that that risk is heightened because they don't know who has been vaccinated and who hasn't, because the civil servants advising you allowed this system to be brought in when in fact it's a reckless risk to public health?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I thank Fergus Ewing for his question and indeed for his engagement and the engagement of the GPs that he represents over a number of meetings with me. It's not true to say that GPs do not know who is vaccinated. As I've just outlined, boards provide GPs with a list of vaccinations they've administered across the vaccination programmes for practices to manually enter them into GP systems. I recognise the point that Fergus Ewing makes there around the cumbersome nature of that task, but there is funding in place to allow that to happen, and that is not a novel situation. The Scottish Government has not obstructed any changes in the vaccination model used in NHS Highland. Indeed, the board has followed the process set out in legislation required to change its model. It's for NHS Highland to examine the evidence in its area and determine the model appropriate to these circumstances. And we have facilitated that move to this new proposed model for exactly the reasons that Fergus Ewing sets out, in order to make sure we protect public health and we continue to save lives.
Supplementary, Brian Whittle.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The issue that Fergus Ewing raises in NH Highland actually highlights the need, does it not, Cabinet Secretary, to start to adopt a basic national collaboration and communication platform that allows all healthcare professionals, with the permission of patients, to access basic health data that is important to the delivery of safe patient care and bring the Scottish National Healthcare Service into the modern world.
Cabinet Secretary.
And I believe that is something that the new NHS app and the digital front door will allow a greater expansion of, and I'm pleased that NHS Lanarkshire will start the rollout of that later this year, very much based upon the COVID-19 pandemic new vaccine recording system that was built, the vaccine management tool, as well as the National Clinical Data Store, which stores the information collected via the vaccine management tool. This gives us a good platform with which to build the very system that Brian Whittle is asking for.
Question number 5, Katie Clark.
To ask the Scottish Government how many patients in hospital are waiting for a social care package assessment from North Ayrshire Health and Social Care Partnership.
Minister Marie Todd.
The latest published statistics from Public Health Scotland show that as of the 3rd of March 2025, 6 people were waiting in hospital for a social care assessment in North Ayrshire. Over the last 12 months, on average, 3 people were recorded as waiting for a social care assessment in hospital in North Ayrshire, and no more than 12 people at any one point. The same publication also shows that on 3rd March 2025, 44 people were waiting in hospital for a care-at-home package in North Ayrshire, 30 more than in the same week of 2024, 14 on 4th March 2024. The latest published statistics on delayed discharge also show that as of 30th January, 15 people were delayed in North Ayrshire due to awaiting a social care assessment, and a further 46 people were delayed in hospital due to awaiting completion of care arrangements, primarily for care-at-home services. The statistics may well include patients who are delayed in hospitals which are out with their Health Board area of residence, and it is important that I point that out.
Katie Clark.
A constituent of mine has been in touch who has been in hospital ready for discharge since 17th November, given North Ayrshire Health and Social Care Partnership have been unable to provide a care package. I am making representations, but what advice does the Cabinet Secretary have? And does she think that is the longest that a patient is currently in hospital? And what is being done to ensure that we stop this happening, given the waste of resource?
Minister.
So the member will be aware that we are investing in social care in order to provide support for people who need to access it. And whilst we have overall responsibility for health and social care support policy in Scotland, it is for local authorities and health and social care partnerships to ensure that social care support services are in place to provide people with the appropriate support in the right place and in the right time. Our budget for 25-26 sets out almost £2.2 billion investment in social care and integration, exceeding our commitment to increase investment during this term of Parliament. We have Scottish Government has very regular meetings with all our local systems, and I'd be very comfortable if the member were to furnish me with more details of the individual, to consider raising the individual's case with the local system who have responsibility both statutorily and operationally for delivery of a care package to her.
Question number 6, Wilson McGregor.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what support is in place for people with the condition Turnpenny-Fry syndrome.
Minister Jenny Minto.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Scottish Government remains committed to improving the lives of people living with conditions like Turnpenny-Fry syndrome. Genetic tests for TFS is accessed through one of Scotland's 4 regional clinical genetics services. We provide essential support to families after diagnosis, including genetic counselling and guidance on any further testing that may be necessary.
Fulton McGregor.
I thank the Minister for that response. Just last week, my constituent Paul Kelly contacted me about support for his 7-year-old daughter Harper, who I believe is the only individual in Scotland diagnosed with Turnpenny-Fry syndrome, and one of only 5, I am told, in the UK. Mr Kelly advised me that due to the rareness of this condition, the family are struggling to get Harper any support and feeling they are being passed between different health agencies. This lack of support even includes very practical things, such as not being able to get incontinence products from the Health Board. Now, I have to say, since contact from both Mr Kelly and my office, NHS Lanarkshire, have reached out to the family, and I hope this contact will lead to appropriate supports being put in place. However, I think there is a bigger issue, and I'd ask the Minister, given that I'm now raising this very rare condition for my constituent here today, quite possibly for the first time in this chamber, what steps the Scottish Government can take to ensure there is more research on Turnpenny-Fry syndrome, so that those diagnosed just now and in the future can get the help they need or are entitled to expect.
Minister.
Thank you. I am very sorry to hear of the difficulties that Harper's family have been experiencing, and I can assure members that the Scottish Government expects NHS boards to provide safe, effective and person-centred care, and I do hope that the Kelly family are now getting that appropriate support. We know how important research is to those affected by ultra-rare conditions. Very small numbers of those diagnosed brings unique challenges in supporting clinical trials, and I was very pleased to attend the Rare Conditions Disease Day in March in the Parliament, where there were some very moving and powerful speeches by those living with rare conditions. We know how important research is, and Scottish researchers can apply to the Chief Scientist Office and UK National Institute for Health and Care Research for specific projects. However, for ultra-rare conditions, collaboration across the UK and internationally is essential for sharing expertise, such as with the Horizon Europe Partnership on Rare Diseases.
Question number 7, Colin Beattie.
To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on what steps it's taking to improve GP retention.
Cabinet Secretary.
These are essential to the delivery of high-quality, sustainable general practice. In November 2024, I published a plan with a suite of 20 actions to improve GP recruitment and retention, and this includes reshaping the GP retainer scheme to provide GPs with flexible support when needed, expanding the RCGP leadership scheme to support mid-career retention, and establishing early career fellowships to help newly qualified GPs develop the skills for a career in general practice. We have also invested an additional £13.6 million this financial year to support the retention of key general practice staff.
Colin Beattie.
The Royal College of GPs and the British Medical Association say some practices are freezing recruitment due to financial pressures. Can the Cabinet Secretary advise what steps are the Scottish Government taking to reduce costs for GP practices to enable them to hire more GPs?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, President Officer, and I thank Colin Beattie for his question. I recognise the challenges that there are at this time for general practice, and I regularly engage with the Royal College of GPs and the BMA. Indeed, last week I met with the chair of the GP committee of the BMA in Morrison, and I met with the entirety of the BMA committee this morning to understand their concerns. We have invested an additional £73 million in general practice this financial year, including £13.6 million to support GPs to retain and recruit key staff. The increases in national insurance contributions from the UK Government introduced in their autumn statement have created additional costs for practices, impacting on their ability to recruit. And in November last year, I published the plan to improve GP recruitment and retention, including retaining our newly qualified GPs in Scotland. And I'll continue to engage with the Royal College, with the BMA, with the local medical committees to ensure that we have a thriving GP community going forward.
Supplementary, Tess White.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, Udney Station GP surgery in my region is the latest casualty of the SNP's chronic mismanagement of primary care. A lack of clinical workforce, rising operational costs and population growth mean the surgery is set to close its doors, leaving the rural communities in the lurch. And this is not the first time I've mentioned this, Cabinet Secretary. Why is the SNP government still failing to resource GP surgeries such as Udney to meet the needs of rural populations, and what action will it take to address this unacceptable situation?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, President Officer. I must challenge Tess White's characterisation, because we have invested an additional £73 million in general practice. The 25-26 budget includes over £2.2 billion investment in primary care. It will take our spending on wider primary care to over 11% of the total 2025-26 health and social care resource budget. We have seen an increase in the headcount number of general practitioners by over 300, and we have expanded the wider multidisciplinary team to approaching 5,000 staff. So the characterisation that Tess White comes forward with is just not true. However, I recognise that there are challenges that remain, and I recognise the particular challenges that there are in rural and island communities. I obviously understand that, given my background, and I will continue to engage, as I said in response to Colin Beattie, with the BMA, with the Royal Colleges, to ensure that we can support general practice in all parts of the country going forward.
Supplementary, Willie Rennie.
But the Cabinet Secretary knows that this isn't working just now. That the demand is going up, the responsibilities are going up for GPs, but the funding, the share of the NHS spend, has almost halved since 2004. So what is the Cabinet Secretary doing to make sure that GPs can be recruited to local practices because they can afford it, by reversing that trend in the decline of NHS funding?
Cabinet Secretary.
Pointed Tess White to the picture in terms of the funding that we've put forward in the budget around the share of funding that goes to primary care. But I recognise the concern that Willie Rennie puts forward in terms of the demand that there is upon general practice, and the shared vision that I have is shared by the Royal College and by the BMA in terms of what general practice can do for us going forward to have a sustainable preventative health service. So I'll continue working with them. I will commit the resource that I'm able to in order to see their continued stabilisation, sustainability and onward growth.
A brief supplementary for Chaudhry.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The Medical Director of Lothian Local Medical Committee recently stated that many practices can no longer afford to take on additional GPs, and some are at risk of going bust. Given the Cabinet Secretary announced £13.9 million for general practice staffing in November, can he advise what impact this will have on GPs' retention, and specifically how many new GPs the Scottish Government expects it will hire?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you. I recognise the concerns that are expressed by the Lothian Medical Committee, because I met with them alongside Paul McLennan in his constituency capacity just last week. And we had a very good conversation about how we can sustain and improve the position for general practice going forward. I recognise the financial challenges that are there, that have been exacerbated and made worse by the increased employer national insurance contributions that have been meted out by the UK Government. But in spite of that, we will do all that we can to make sure the resources allocated to increase the number of GPs and the wider practice staff and support their role within the primary care system to deliver for the people of Scotland.
And I can squeeze in question number 8, if I could please have succinct questions and answers to match. So, Marie McNair.
To ask the Scottish Government what assessment has been made regarding the potential impact that community link workers have on the social determinants of health.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. General practice community link workers play an important role, a critical role, in addressing the social determinants of health. Social determinants like debt, social isolation and housing can have a negative impact on people's health. In such cases, link workers provide crucial support by linking people with community resources. There is good evidence from local data and evaluations from wider research on the positive impact of community link working. And our national review of community link workers will look to expand the existing evidence base, including improving the consistency of data that health and social care partnerships and link worker services collect.
Marie McNair.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. Community link workers in my constituency are a vital service to the most deprived communities. The Labour-led Western Berkshire Council have cut this service, despite the council receiving the highest per head of population settlement of any mainland local authority. This decision has rightly been criticised by many, including the GMB trade union. So will the Cabinet Secretary join me in condemning these Labour cuts and call on them to be reversed?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I thank Marie McNair for her question. I too have concerns about planned cuts to link workers in Western Bartonshire and the impact this may have on patients, particularly patients from low incomes. We know the clear and inextricable link that there is between poverty and ill health and poverty and barriers to accessing healthcare. I understand that the Integrated Joint Board met last week to confirm its 25-26 budget and agreed to reduce link worker posts from 9 whole-time equivalent posts to 5. I would stress that the principle that link worker capacity should be targeted towards the greatest patient need, and my officials will continue to work with local partners to be clear about this principle.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes the portfolio questions on health and social care. There will be a brief pause before we move on to the next item of business to allow frontbench teams to change position should we so wish. Point of order, Murdo Fraser.
I'm grateful, Presiding Officer. I want to raise a point of order in relation to the programming of business for the remainder of this afternoon. We're about to hear a statement from the Cabinet Secretary, a statement scheduled to last 20 minutes. Having seen the content of that statement, it amounts to little more than a party political broadcast for the Scottish National Party. That statement requires to be heard, as are all statements in this chamber, without any interruptions, without any interventions, and in this case no capacity for questions to be put to the Cabinet Secretary on the content of her statement. Now, the statement is followed by a debate when opposition members will be able to speak, but not given the proportion of time that would be available otherwise. And of course, opposition speakers can be intervened on in a fashion that the Cabinet Secretary will not herself face while giving her statement. This is clearly a departure from normal practice, Presiding Officer, and puts the opposition in this Parliament at an unfair disadvantage. And I know this has been agreed by the Bureau, Presiding Officer, in this particular case, but I welcome an assurance from you, or in due course an assurance from Bureau members, this will not set a precedent for future business, given it unfairly advantages members of the government.
I thank Mr Fraser for his point of order. Of course, the matter indeed has been agreed by the Bureau and has also been approved by the Parliament. And I think the other point worth making is that as there will be no opening speaker. Excuse me, Cabinet Secretary, I'm actually answering a point of order. Thank you for respecting the Chair for doing that. So, as I was saying, there is no opening speaker from the Scottish Government in the debate, which I'm sure the member has also noted. So hopefully that addresses the issue that has been raised, and we can now move on. Point of order, Stephen Kerr.
Just for clarity, Presiding Officer, can you confirm that this is actually a fairly rare, if not unprecedented, situation where we have a lengthy 20-minute statement and no ability for any member of this Parliament to question the Minister, in this case the Cabinet Secretary, and in fact even at the budget statement and the programme for government there is opportunity for members to question the person delivering the statement. So can you just confirm that this is actually without precedent?
Thank Mr Kerr for his point of order. I am aware that, in fact, in relation to other matters, this approach has been followed, but I would reiterate the point that this matter has been approved by the Bureau and subsequently ratified, if you like, by the Parliament itself. And on that basis, I am required, obviously, to follow what the Parliament has agreed it wishes to see happen. Thank you. So I think now we can hopefully move on to the next item of business, which is a statement by Shona Robertson on the impact of the UK Government Spring Statement on Scotland. This statement will then be debated, so indeed there should be no interventions or interruptions, and I call on Cabinet Secretary Shona Robertson to make her statement. Up to 20 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Chancellor's Spring Statement last week seeks to balance the nation's books on the backs of disabled people. Across the UK, over 3 million families will be left worse off from changes to the main health element of the universal credit. That's a Labour UK government seeing existing claimants £500 worse off and new claimants £3,000 worse off. 150,000 carers will lose carers' allowance or the universal credit care element. And, by their own assessment, these Labour welfare cuts will push 250,000 more people into relative poverty, 50,000 of whom are children. Presiding Officer, this is nothing short of shameful. And of course, it was Anas Sarwar who took to the TV studios during the UK general election to promise that there would be no austerity under Labour and that we were to read his lips. The people of Scotland will not quickly forget that this promise has been shattered, just like Labour's promises to Grangemouth, to Waspie Women and to pensioners. The cuts set out in the Spring Statement will also have a direct impact on Scotland's planned budget in the coming years. Initial indications are that the block grant adjustment funding we can expect to receive for social security benefits in 2029-30 will fall by £408 million as a result of the UK Government's changes. The Fraser-Valander Institute has estimated further cuts in planned funding for the Scottish budget of £200 million in 28-29 and £435 million in 29-30, money that will now not be available to spend on public services. And this comes on top of the shortfall of over £400 million in the public services cost of increased employers' national insurance. So let me be clear. The Scottish Government, we will absolutely strain every sinew to protect disabled people from this deplorable action from the Labour UK Government. But let me also be clear how difficult that will be given the scale of this. Equally, we will continue to tackle child poverty, a job made even harder by UK Government decisions, and we will do this in the face of Labour's austerity on welfare. As a Parliament, we need to start to plan and reckon with the impact that these cuts from Labour will have on the sustainability of public finances. And as such, I will update Parliament on how we are engaging with the UK Government on its spending review, which will report on the 11th of June. In her statement last week, the Chancellor confirmed that £4.8 billion would be cut from welfare benefits by 2029-30. These cuts have been roundly condemned, and the UK Government's own impact assessments show that they could push 250,000 people into relative poverty, including 50,000 children. Now, the line being pushed by Labour following the publication of the UK Government's own assessment was that it did not account for other actions that they were taking, including on free school meals. Now, I'm going to be generous of spirit and take Labour at their word, so perhaps Labour contributors in today's debate can outline when the Labour Government will publish a full impact assessment that does account for the actions that they say are not currently factored in. As given this is their main excuse, I'm sure they'll be keen to publish that evidence as soon as possible. In her statement, the Chancellor further announced that the rate of day-to-day public spending growth would reduce from 2026-27. Economic growth projections have been downgraded from 2% to 1% this year by the OBR and have further sounded warnings about the high levels of uncertainty still facing the domestic and global economy. The full details of the Chancellor's spending plans will be revealed in the UK Spending Review, which will report in June. We know that UK departments have been asked to plan for either a flat cash or a 2% reduction in budget. Either way, this would be a real terms cut. Presiding Officer, one area of the Chancellor's statement that I do welcome are plans to increase defence spending. Now, since the fall of the Berlin Wall over 30 years ago, we've seen what can perhaps be described as a peace dividend. Following Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine and the shift from the United States, it's clear that this period is over. And this will necessitate, as it will across Europe, sustained investment in building defence infrastructure and in supporting defence personnel. And I believe that to sustain this and other vital public investment, that the UK Government should seriously examine the role of wealth taxation to support these endeavours. Without exploring wealth taxation, there remains a danger that funding for necessary defence capabilities would come from yet further cuts to social security or public services or investment in other vital infrastructure. And of course, it could not be clearer that the UK Government should ditch Trident and should instead invest in deepening conventional defence capabilities. Presiding Officer, the Chancellor's decisions in this spring statement will impact on the Scottish economy. Current Scottish indicators are positive. Our economy grew 0.5% in the 3 months to January, and since 2007, GDP per person in Scotland has grown by 10.3% compared to 6% in the UK. Productivity has also grown at an average rate of 1.1% per year in Scotland compared to the UK average of 0.4%. We also have lower unemployment than in the UK, with a rate of 3.8% in February compared to 4.7% for the UK. We are using the Scottish budget for this year to invest in the foundations of our economy, such as housing, transport, digital connectivity and delivering critical infrastructure for a fair, green and growing economy. We're already ahead of England and Wales in building affordable housing. On average, between 2007-8 and 2023-24, affordable housing supply in Scotland has been 73% higher per 10,000 population than in Wales and 47% higher per 10,000 population than in England. However, our economy will be affected by the decisions of the UK Government, including the rise in employer national insurance contributions, which is already affecting business confidence and jobs. We also recognise the global pressures that the Chancellor has spoken about. With President Trump further increasing tariffs today and the risk to our world-class exports from further trade barriers. The US is Scotland's second largest export market for goods and services after the EU. The US is a key market for important sectors such as food and drink, engineering and advanced manufacturing. All are potentially at risk from an increase in tariffs on the UK. The Scottish Government will, of course, analyse the potential impacts on the Scottish economy from any tariff measures that are imposed. But what the Chancellor does not address is the damage caused by Brexit, which has reduced the UK's GDP by 2.5%. In Scotland, this equates to a cut in public revenues of about £2.3 billion in 2023. That's over £2 billion in annual public revenues due to a Brexit that people of Scotland didn't vote for. That's funding that could be making our NHS stronger, could be enhancing our schools and could be supporting Scottish businesses to find the next markets and secure high-quality jobs. Brexit red tape has hit Scotland's trade with our largest international export market, the EU. It's estimated that in 2023, UK goods exports to the EU were 17% lower and goods imports from the EU were 23% lower due to Brexit. And with a period of uncertainty expected on trade as a result of President Trump's tariff regime, it could not be clearer that for the sake of public finances, if nothing else, that we should rejoin the EU. Being a member of the European single market would boost trade, give young people more opportunities and would dramatically improve the public finances. The Chancellor staked her plans for investment on boosting growth. But if she fails to deliver, then we will inevitably see less money for investment in public services and infrastructure. And I'm particularly concerned about the impacts on rural communities and businesses. I called on the Chancellor to pause her widely criticised changes to inheritance tax for farmers, including tenant farmers, and undertake full impact assessments to understand what they will mean for family farming businesses and the communities they serve, but she has failed to do that. Presiding Officer, we called on the Chancellor to use the spring statement to prioritise investment in public services and infrastructure. I wrote to her making clear that the additional funding in last year's budget, welcome as it was, did not make up for 14 years of underinvestment. This investment needed to be sustained. Unlike the UK Government, we must balance our budget every year. That is what we will do, as we have for every one of the past 17 years. But it will be tough. Members are well aware of the impacts of the UK Government's increase in employer national insurance contributions. We have estimated that this will add over £700 million to the cost of delivering public services for the NHS, schools, local government, universities, social care providers and a wide range of third sector organisations. I called on the Chancellor to use this statement to announce that she will fully fund additional costs of the change to national insurance contributions. The Chancellor has failed to do this and, incredibly, has still not confirmed the funding that we can expect. As members will recall, the current indications is that we will have over £400 million short of what is needed, and it will need to wait until May to see the final numbers, when we are already 2 months into the financial year. Frankly, this is not good enough and puts devolved governments at the back of the queue. I stand by the commitment that I made earlier this year to funding 60% of the direct employer costs for portfolios and an additional £144 million for local government. But I cannot go any further than this without additional funding from the Treasury. I'm also very concerned about the impact on commissioned services, third sector organisations and charities. We consistently called on the UK Government to protect them from the impact of this increase. But they have completely ignored the needs of social care providers, GPs, dentists, childcare providers and universities, to name but a few, who will bear the full brunt of this UK tax increase. Presiding Officer, the constraints that our budget will face in future years means that it is essential we continue our work to reform public services, improve productivity and ensure every pound is spent in line with our priorities. The work that the Minister for Public Finance is taking forward will reduce the costs of service delivery and reduce long-term demand through investment in prevention. Through programmes on the public sector estate, collaborative procurement and the use of digital, we are making significant savings for the public purse. We've secured cost-avoiding and cash-releasing savings expected to reach up to £280 million over the past 2 years. To accelerate reform, we have up to £30 million for Invest to Save measures in this year's budget. The savings we make from these programmes will help us to have choices in future years to deal with the cuts to our funding that we know are coming down the track. And I'm committed to ensuring that our public finances are on a sustainable footing, and I'll be setting out our medium-term financial strategy and the fiscal sustainability delivery plan before the summer recess, which will set out the measures we are taking to secure fiscal sustainability. These will be accompanied by updated economic and fiscal forecasts from the Scottish Fiscal Commission, which will take into account the latest economic and fiscal outlook from the OBR. Presiding Officer, the Labour UK Government's planned welfare reforms have caused a great deal of alarm, particularly as sick and disabled people will bear the brunt of the cost savings. For this Government, with its driving ambition to eradicate child poverty, this is absolutely unacceptable. The cuts announced this week appear to be driven by a desire to save money and seek to balance the books on the backs of disabled people. It is of increasing concern that the Resolution Foundation warn that the full scale of welfare cuts is far greater than the net £4.8 billion savings, stating that cuts to ill health, disability and carers benefits rise to 0.1 billion in 2029-30 and will continue to grow over time. And these changes, of course, were announced without any consultation with this government or the public at the general election, for that matter, despite the fact that they will impact on our devolved benefits and on our budget. The planned changes to eligibility for personal independence payments in England and Wales will impact on the funding that we receive from the Treasury for adult disability payments in Scotland. And of course, we are already spending £1.3 billion more this year on social security benefits and payments than the funding we receive from the UK Treasury, and we are already spending £210 million on measures to mitigate UK government welfare policies, now including, of course, the cut to the winter fuel payment. So I again called on the Chancellor to abolish the two-child limit in universal credit, but she again failed to do so. Instead, she has taken action that will put more children into poverty, not lift them out of it. So let me be clear. This Scottish Government will be effectively scrapping the two-child cap in 2026. That work is underway. The priority we have given to social security in Scotland reflects the priority we have placed on ending child poverty. And figures published last week showed that the proportion of children living in relative poverty has reduced in Scotland, and the 2023-24 rate is now the lowest it has been since 2014-15. The proportion in absolute poverty has also fallen, with the annual figure the lowest in 30 years. It's a shame that the Labour UK Government does not share this priority. I'm proud of the social security system that we've created and the difference it has made through providing money directly to people who need it most. However, I'm aware that we face an increasingly challenging situation as we take stock of the impact of the UK Government's benefit cuts. It's important that we work together as a Parliament to eliminate the scourge of child poverty, but ensure that our social security system is sustainable into the future. Presiding Officer, on Friday, Professor Ruth Patrick of York University and the LSE published a report called Cuts Can't Fix Child Poverty. That report recognises the key factor in the reduction of child poverty in Scotland was the Scottish Child Payment. The report highlights feedback from families in receipt of the payment. One person, Lisa, said in the report, "The Scottish Child Payment alleviates some of the financial pressure and gives me and my son more breathing space to enjoy life. The Scottish Child Payment has been a game changer for me." The expert report concludes, "Our new analysis shows that were the UK Government to follow the Scottish Government's example and make an equivalent per-child investment in social security, the rate of child poverty could drop by 700,000 overnight. Talk of tough choices and fiscal responsibility puts balancing the books ahead of supporting children who are this nature's future." And I agree. Presiding Officer, the funding we have to take forward our work on child poverty, as well as our other priorities, will be determined by the UK Spending Review, which reports in June and will set out funding from 2026 onwards. We know from last week's spring statement that the public spending outlook for the period of that spending review, for which resource funding will be up to 28-29, has been cut from what was previously planned. For capital spending, it will set out budgets to 2029-30, and while the Chancellor said last week she intends to protect capital investment, we still need to see what this will mean for the funding that we have for our infrastructure priorities. The Government has been clear that to support our efforts to deliver economic growth, we need the UK Government to recognise and respect devolved competences. After all, where we can support growth here in Scotland, this would contribute to the Chancellor's growth ambitions. Frankly, we need the investment from the UK Government to match the rhetoric. For example, the UK Government must make a positive decision on awarding the Acorn project and the Scottish cluster as a priority, and it's estimated that the Scottish cluster will contribute £17 billion to UK GVA out to 2050, and it's a clear opportunity for the UK Government to work with us to stimulate this investment. Presiding Officer, in conclusion, I've been frank with Parliament about the impacts of the Chancellor's Spring Statement on our economy and on public finances. And I'll be meeting the Chief Secretary of the Treasury and the Scottish Secretary later this month to set out this Government's position and the importance of ensuring that the UK spending review delivers for the priorities and the needs of Scotland. We don't yet have full clarity ourselves on all of the detail, and much of that detail for future planning will be contingent on the UK Government's spending review in June. It's vital now that the UK Government engages with us fully as it looks to conclude the spending review. We want to seize the opportunities it presents for Scotland and support the delivery of economic growth, which is crucial to the Chancellor's own plans. However, it's clear from the Spring Statement that our public services that the outcome will be very, very challenging indeed. Presiding Officer, this Government will always focus on doing what is best for the people of Scotland, and we will set out the detail of that when we get to the end of May with MTFS and the Fiscal Sustainability Delivery Plan. Thanks.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes the statement. We will move on now to the next item of business, which is a debate on the impact of the UK Government's Spring Statement on Scotland. I would invite those members who would wish to speak in the debate to please press the Request to Speak buttons, and I call on Craig Hoy to open on behalf of the Scottish Conservatives. Up to 9 minutes, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Yesterday was April Fool's Day, but it was no joke for ordinary hard-working Scottish families and businesses. In fact, it laid bare the impact of decisions taken by both the SNP and Labour governments, two left-wing governments committed to unsustainable tax, spending and borrowing. Deputy Presiding Officer, Labour and the SNP now have serious questions to answer about their fiscal plans. But by delivering this 20-minute statement, the Cabinet Secretary has been able to criticise, and rightly so, the Labour government. But by using this mechanism, rather than by opening this debate, the Cabinet Secretary has been able to dodge that scrutiny herself. More evidence that this government is unwilling and incapable of answering serious questions about the public finances on their watch. I think it's a bit of a cheek-taking intervention 20 seconds in when you wouldn't take an intervention 20 minutes in. I will take an intervention further in. Now, before we turn, I think, to the choices of the SNP government and the choices it faces, I think we need to start with the Spring Statement, the second, which was another broken promise, because it was the second major fiscal event in a matter of months. Now, I start with the positives, for there were some, if not many. We welcome the increase in defence spending, and to those who question its necessity, I say this: global security underpins economic security, preventing the economic shocks that we saw when Russian boots landed on the soil in Ukraine, which here at home meant a £1,000 increase in energy costs for every British adult. And we also welcome and recognise the need for reform of the planning laws in England, which could drive much-needed growth, as the OBR says. But how quickly will this happen, and will it follow in Scotland, where, for example, recent data has shown that new build starts is now running at a decade low? And we offer a cautious welcome to public. I will take an intervention on that point.
Minister. But also recognise that the number of housing units being given planning permission is 30% higher over the last 5 years than the number of housing starts. Stuff is coming through the system. Craig Hoy.
It's coming through the system very, very slowly, and there are also supply and labour issues that the SNP has not addressed through its skills agenda to make sure that we can get those houses built. Now, I give a cautious welcome to public sector reforms, but UK ministers must develop a backbone in the face of their union paymasters to deliver it, and SNP ministers must be bolder in their approach. And I listened to the minister there saying that she welcomed the cost savings they're going to make in government. I noticed that it was a 0.2% saving over the course of this year. A fifth of 1% is hardly something to boast about. Now, but beyond these two or three items that we can welcome, the Chancellor's emergency budget was a grim moment for the country, because it is now clear that Labour's political choices are making Britain worse off. Projected growth for 2025 halved from 2% to 1%. Inflation and unemployment both set to increase. And now the tax burden set to hit a historic post-war high of 37.7% of GDP. And just yesterday, Businesses, charities and local government bodies, including also this government, were hit by Labour's cynical jobs tax, where they also changed thresholds which are impacting many small businesses. Now, whilst Rachel Reeves will blame anyone and everyone, the fact is that this economic misery is a direct result of her political choices. Her choice to roll over to the unions on public sector pay, her choice to change the rules on borrowing, and her choice to undermine growth and investment by breaking Labour's pledge not to increase national insurance. Now, I agree with Labour that the benefits bill in the UK, and more so Minister here in Scotland, is too high. And any government that prioritises benefits over growth is living in a parallel universe if they believe that that is anything other than unsustainable. But we do need to question why Labour is doing this now, because this action is not being taken because the Labour government has had some Damascene conversion to small state conservatism. It does so out of desperation, because Rachel Reeves has run out of the fiscal headroom that she thought she had only a matter of 6 months ago. And this is headroom, and I warn the UK government of this, that the OBR still notes that this spring statement only has a 50% chance of restoring, because borrowing is soaring, debt is becoming more expensive to service, and the revenues and savings that Labour are expecting are proving stubbornly difficult to achieve. Deputy Presiding Officer, I don't have time, unless I can get the time back. I don't have time, I apologise. Deputy Presiding Officer, high tax is now the biggest concern for businesses in Scotland. Analysis of the latest Business Insights and Conditions survey found that 18% of firms identified taxation as their main concern for April, followed by falling demand-side concerns. And as the Cabinet Secretary alluded to today, tariffs will no doubt be weighing heavily on people's minds. And in discussions with the Scottish Government, we in the Scottish Conservatives advocated for lower taxes to stimulate growth. And the CBI's Rain Newton-Smith agrees, warning that uncompetitive tax policies, including the income tax gap with the rest of the UK, are, and I quote, a handbrake on growth. Yeah. And from April, anyone earning over £30,318 in Scotland will pay more in income tax than in the rest of the UK. That equates to £1,527 more in tax for someone on a salary of £50,000 and £3,331 more on someone for someone with a salary of £100,000. Now, Deputy Presiding Officer, if the UK's financial outlook is bleak as a result of the spring statement, then Scotland's outlook under the SNP is simply grounds for despair. Because we already know that under the SNP there is an £800 million the Deputy First Minister is shaking her head. She is an architect. She is in part an architect of the £800 million black hole in the Scottish budget, which is a result of not growing the Scottish economy in line with the UK economy. And the Cabinet Secretary's statement today proves that the SNP government is simply not serious about growing the economy. And it is certainly not committed to cutting the soaring benefits bill. Because getting people off benefits and back into work is good for growth, it is good for society, it is good for those individuals, and it is good for their families too. Fixing Scotland's broken benefits system isn't just desirable now, it is essential, and this is something the Scottish Government doesn't seem to recognise. I don't have time. The Institute for Fiscal Studies has warned that the Scottish Government will find it, and I quote, almost impossible to avoid cuts to other services if they choose not to follow the UK's welfare reforms. Because in 4 years' time, the Scottish Government will be spending £2 billion more on benefits than it receives through the block grant. So the choice facing ministers is crystal clear. They can reform benefits, or they will be forced to cut frontline services and increasing tax. They will not be able to do all three. And despite all the extra spending, the Scottish Government last week missed its very own legally binding targets on child poverty. Because ultimately, the best solution to eradicating child poverty and the wider problem of poverty is this: getting the sick well and giving them a decent roof over their head, giving everyone, regardless of their background, the education and the skills they need, and generating that all-important economic growth that creates jobs and allows the government to give a fair deal for all. That is, Minister, and she can chunter as much as she likes, that is the ultimate and the only long-term and sustainable solution to resolving child poverty in Scotland today. Now, I just want to close on a couple of issues that are also very relevant that emerged from this spring statement, because it revealed data from the OBR that tax receipts from North Sea oil and gas will slump from £5.4 billion to just £2.3 billion within 5 years. And whilst I echo the Cabinet Secretary's call for progress on Project Acorn, this sudden drop in oil and gas forecasts, and don't forget it, receipts that will pay for public services, is a result of the political mood music set by the SNP and Labour governments. And turning to public sector reform and efficiency, I echo the Scottish Government and the UK Government's focus and commentary on this. But I question, do they really have the appetite for the dramatic and disruptive reforms that will be required to drive the real savings that we need? And if I can just close on the cost pressures that are facing people out there in the real world beyond the Holyrood bubble. The SNP Government's chronic underfunding of local authorities means that Scots now face eye-watering, inflation-busting council tax and water bills. Households face the rise in the energy price cap, despite Labour's broken promise to cut fuel by £300. I'm almost over time. And now, yesterday, Keir Starmer's national insurance hike will mean higher prices for customers and job cuts or pay freezes for employees. Deputy Presiding Officer, Scots are now at a breaking point. They simply cannot absorb the quadruple whammy of extra costs that came forward yesterday. In 1970s, Labour squeezed the rich until the pips squeaked. 50 years on, Labour and the SNP are doing the same thing to lower and middle income Scots.
Thank you, Mr Hoy. I now call Michael Mara up to 7 minutes. Mr Mara.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I greatly welcome this opportunity to discuss the UK Government's spring statement and the broad economic and political context, which is the subject of considerable public debate across the country today. The country does face the real threat of a tariff war, the potential consequences of which can scarcely be overstated for Scotland and for the rest of the UK. As the New York Times said yesterday, President Trump is trying to rewire the global economic order. No, thank you, man. I'm going to make some progress. It's a matter of seconds in, on the basis as other speakers have said. So no size of economy, major, medium or small, is immune to the challenges presented by this kind of convulsion. Investor confidence in the debt markets are greatly impacted by this kind of exogenous volatility. And almost all of us in this Parliament, with some minor exclusions, want to see much stronger economic growth. The SNP Government have recognised in broad terms that our ability to extract further revenue from our existing tax base is limited. The real question is, what is our strategy in Scotland to grow our median wage and our economic productivity? But last month the OECD warned that tariffs will take a significant toll on the global economy as it cut growth forecasts for a dozen G20 countries. And at the same time, the OBR has upgraded the medium-term growth forecasts for the UK as the Government seeks to drive the economy and make strategic investments to modernise our infrastructure and increase productivity. Yes.
Michelle Thompson, briefly.
Thank you very much for taking this intervention. I accept and concur with these warnings about tariffs, but given how frequently this has been talked about over recent weeks, is he as surprised as I am that there was no strategic consideration or thinking in the spring statement about the potential impact of tariffs?
Michael Mara. Well, I fundamentally reject that conjecture. There is not a strategic posture. The Prime Minister is involved day and night in trying to deliver the best possible deal for the whole of the UK, putting the interests of the country first in that regard. We have to make sure that we have an economy that can deliver the kind of public services that we need, and we are fully involved in those conversations at UK Government level to make sure that we can get that best deal. Those long-term decisions, of course, that are taken by the Chancellor mean that the growth forecast has been revised up for next year and the year after and for the remainder of the forecast period. The Chancellor's decision to invest for the long term is designed to not just to secure our economy but our public services for the long term. To put it bluntly, she is currently engaged in a rescue mission for UK public services, given the inheritance she received just 9 months ago. Because that Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, inherited an economy where there had been no growth for 14 years, no thank you sir, which had in a year an in-year fiscal black hole where the National Reserve had been spent 3 times over in the first quarter and public services were in a state of collapse in need of immediate investment. And that is the context in which difficult decisions have been made. We cannot return to a situation of soaring interest rates like the Tories inflicted on us. Instead, under this government, there have been 3 rate cuts in the term of this government, and that's of vital help to those people with mortgages. Any return to the chaos of vast unfunded and unfundable spending commitments, whether on services or on tax cuts on these both sides of the aisle, would mean rapidly spiralling borrowing costs, which, as a highly indebted country as a result of those 14 years of Tory government, with national debt running at 100% of GDP, we do not have the fiscal space to contemplate. The room for fiscal manoeuvre is extremely constrained, and so the UK government is facing up to the fiscal realities in front of them. But the Cabinet Secretary's statement today was replete with both spending demands and revenue-raising rejections, and it has to be considered in that context. Ever more borrowing is not available, but nor is it affordable. And in an increasingly volatile world, it's absolutely right the Chancellor has increased defence spending by £2.2 billion this year. That will mean more jobs, more investment and more security for Scotland if a genuine partnership can be built between the Scottish and UK governments to deliver on that. But the SNP claims to welcome that increase in defence spending, but they cannot do so with any credibility, Presiding Officer, when they have opposed every single revenue-raising measure brought forward by the Chancellor. National security requires economic security. You cannot have one without the other one. Countries that cannot afford to fight wars do not win wars, and they may struggle as well to avoid wars. Labour will always put our national security first. Our economic security underpins that national security. So there is a significant amount of focus on the changes to social security in the spring statement, and rightly so. Those are significant and challenging changes for everyone across the country, but particularly for those who rely on the support of the state. We have to be absolutely clear that a situation where 1 in 8 young people across the UK leave school and do not go into work or training, but instead rely on out-of-work benefits, results in a huge loss to their personal potential, but also to our communities and to our economy. The difficult fact for us in this Parliament is that number is even higher in Scotland. The Scottish Fiscal Commission highlighted in the December 24 forecast the fiscal challenge and choices that are presented by Scotland's growing social security bill. Every pound spent on social security, over and above the block grant, is a pound not spent on schools, hospitals and roads. Many people require vital support. We are very proud supporters in the Labour Party of the Scottish Child Payment, which has been a great success. The state must be there for those who require it. We have to make sure as few people as possible require that support, and our public services must be shaped in the direction of achieving that aim. So the UK has committed £1 billion up front to support people into work. And of course, today, at the heart of this question about poverty is day 2 of a new national living wage, which sees 200,000 Scots get a much-needed pay rise, an additional £1,400 in people's pockets, with the lowest paid getting an annual pay boost of up to £2,500. And the UK Labour government is already getting on and fixing the NHS in England, and they will get more people into work via that route, already delivering on the promise of 2 million more appointments, introducing structural reforms to make the system work better. But meanwhile, in Scotland, we have a mental health crisis amongst young people and a CAM service that exists in name only. And NHS Taysides reports directly from the management of waits of 13 to 14 years for young people to be seen by CAMs. There is a direct relationship between these kind of performances of our public services and the number of young people who cannot access work, and they require public services that work in order to help them. So whatever the SNP may boast about meeting 18-week treatment targets, that's not the reality for young people in my region with a service that's not serving them all. So I look forward to hearing the various contributions in the debate today.
Thank you. I now call on Lorna Slater. Up to 6 minutes. Ms Slater.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The world has changed. There is no question that the re-election of wannabe dictator Donald Trump has broken the backbone of the world order which, rightly or wrongly, we have taken as read for 3 generations. There is no question that Europe, and therefore the UK, faces increased risks. Sure.
Craig Hoy, briefly.
Does the member think that this inflammatory language is going to help or hinder the UK and Scottish Government's attempts to try and reach a deal on tariffs with the United States of America?
Lorna Slater.
Anyone who thinks that Donald Trump is their friend or adheres to trade deals has not been paying attention to the news. Donald Trump is bad news for Scotland and for every country he deals with. As I was saying, there is no question that Europe, and therefore the UK, faces increased risks now that America has reneged on their security commitments and appears to prefer to appease authoritarian Russia than defend democratic Ukraine. And unlike my colleague across the chamber, I will call an authoritarian regime, and that is the direction that Donald Trump is taking America. Make no mistake. There is no question that the UK needs to reevaluate its relationship with Europe and with America, and what commitment to the security of Europe UK should be making. I can only hope that a security rapprochement with Europe will be the first step in the UK coming to its senses and rejoining the European Union. Having recognised the need to adapt to this new world, the UK Labour government has options and choices. The UK is a wealthy country. The UK spends a lot of money on defence and security, including the abomination of a so-called nuclear deterrent, which soaks up money towards a hypothetical scenario in which we somehow are okay with threatening civilians with extermination, whilst depriving funds for urgent dangers such as protection from cybercrime and real support for Ukraine. The Labour government could have chosen to reallocate or reprioritise defence spending. The Labour government could have chosen to stop the massive subsidies to fossil fuel companies and high-polluting industries like aviation. The Labour government could have chosen to look at raising new revenue from the very wealthiest through land value taxes, carbon taxes, taxes on private jets and other wealth taxes. But the Labour government did none of those things. They have betrayed their very roots, which were founded on tackling gross inequality through redistribution of wealth, and they've come after the sick and the disabled. Statutory sick pay in the UK remains among Europe's lowest, just £116.75 a week. This is inadequate. Employees are forced to choose between working while unwell or financial hardship. Neither scenario is one that supports people into getting well. The Labour government should absolutely reform support for people who are ill and disabled, but in such a way that they can get well, that they are not forced out of work by an inflexible and punitive system where their confidence and skills decline, or that they are forced to continue to work without support while ill, such that their condition continues to decline. Cutting money to the sick and disabled callously without this compassionate reform is horrifying. Changes to the assessment for PIPs will mean people qualify for the daily living payment only if they face major barriers to performing everyday tasks, meaning people who require assistance washing or supervision or prompting to go to the toilet would no longer be eligible. The Resolution Foundation said the current Parliament would be among the worst on record for living standards. All the members here will know from your own constituents that cost of living is the absolute top of their constituents' concerns. And here we have a Labour government choosing to turn the screws on the sick and disabled instead of the super wealthy. When the UK decides to cut spending, Scotland's budget gets cut. Every member of the chamber should be angry about this. Not just that Scotland cannot fully control its budget, but that we cannot plan ahead. And Scottish budgets that we vote into law can be blown away like dust in the wind by a change of UK government policy. Day after day in this chamber, we hear about the challenges of tight budgets, and this spring statement turns the screws on Scotland as well. Very, very briefly. I
appreciate it. Does the member recognise that actually the budget for this financial year will go up as a result of the spring statement?
Lorna Slater.
I would like to see the numbers on that, because we've heard of real-term cuts today from the. We have heard of real-term cuts today from the minister. In conclusion, presiding officer, the UK government has made choices here. They could invest in the green economy, tax great wealth, remove subsidies for polluters. Instead of doing these things, Rachel Reeves has chosen to make life harder for those who are already struggling. Scotland's electorate will have their chance next year to decide if they approve of this choice. And I hope someday soon they will have their chance to decide whether they want these decisions to be made by Westminster at all.
Thank you very much. I now call Alice Cole-Hamilton, again up to 6 minutes. Mr Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. And can I just echo the remarks from the Conservative benches at the start of the debate, that I do think it's a very odd way of going about the business of this Parliament to lead with a government statement without intervention or questions and then go straight into a debate. I hope that ministers will reflect on this, as will business managers. Presiding Officer, the Spring Statement was a missed opportunity to deliver the change that communities across Scotland are crying out for. At last year's general election, the people made their wishes very clear. Their overwhelming rejection of both the Conservative Party and the Scottish National Party was a demand for something better. The Chancellor claims to be focused on economic growth. In that case, she should have supported businesses by scrapping the planned hike on employers' national insurance, which is in effect a tax on jobs, a tax on employment. Instead, this government is inflicting yet more pain on small businesses, just when they need help the most. Rising costs, business closures and economic stagnation. Labour's choices currently will only make these worse. That means more boarded up shops on our high streets, fewer jobs, struggling local economies. This statement was also a hammer blow to our GPs, pharmacies and care homes, all of whom will see their tax burdens rise. I will.
I appreciate the member giving way. Does he recognise that the UK Labour government put in place a series of reliefs for small businesses across the UK as a quid pro quo for the national insurance increases for high streets? It just wasn't replicated by the SNP government.
Alice Cole-Hamilton.
I recognise certain efforts were made to mitigate the impact, but they're not universal, and there will be businesses that go to the wall. There will be GPs that have to shed staff or have to close their lists as a result. And the Liberal Democrats have repeatedly warned the damage caused by employers' national insurance rise. We have fought to exempt health and care providers, exactly the kind of businesses I'm talking about, from this unfair tax. But the Labour government is just not listening. It didn't have to be this way. The government could have raised the money by listening to Liberal Democrats, by asking the big banks to pay their fair share, reversing tax cuts handed down by the Tories, asking social media giants to pay more. And I am concerned, Presiding Officer, that in the face of expected tariff announcement, we may actually see a decreasing amount of digital service tax retrieved from those big social media giants, and online gambling companies also should be asked to pay their fair share. Instead, ordinary people, small businesses, are being squeezed still further. And by refusing to scrap the cruel family farm tax, the government has made it clear it does not understand rural communities. I do, however, welcome their announcement on defence spending. The Liberal Democrats have consistently urged the government to commit to spending 2.5% of GDP on defence, with a clear plan to reach 3% as soon as is possible. And we're optimistic that this investment will support jobs in Scotland, and it is imperative to our national security and the security of Ukraine. But there is still much more to do to rebuild our economic and defence ties with our European allies. We do need a new security alliance with Europe. That becomes even more urgent in the light of the unpredictability of the Trump administration, something that we are seeing again today as the world awaits news of his tariffs, an event in the White House Rose Garden at 9 p.m. tonight that business are dreading. A straightforward way to strengthen our economy is to repair ties with Europe through a youth mobility scheme, one that allows Scots to live and to work and to study across Europe while welcoming young people here in return. It's a win-win, and I'm frustrated the Labour government have so far refused to properly act on that. Strengthening our security and economic ties with Europe is more important than ever. The SNP government has always been very shaky about acknowledging Scotland's important role in defence, but Liberal Democrats are clear. Scotland makes a vital contribution to the security of the UK and to Europe, and we should be proud of that, whether that's in our dockyards or in our personnel. The Scottish Government also has a major role to play in growing Scotland's economy, but they are failing to grasp the opportunities that lie before us. That includes unlocking the full potential of our renewable sector, ensuring people get the healthcare they need to return to work. I remind the Chamber of the tens of thousands of Scots who are desperate to go back to work but cannot do so because they do not have a care pathway for the long COVID they still endure. Right now, people are trapped on waiting lists, unable to get on with their lives and contribute to the economy. That's why my party fought so hard to secure more funding 4 key skills programmes in this year's budget. We know that fixing the broken care system, freeing up hospital capacity and getting people seen faster are essential to Scotland's economic recovery. And it's why we've secured millions of pounds more to tackle long COVID, to get those care pathways in place so that those people suffering an illness that has limited the ability of tens of thousands of Scots to work. Liberal Democrats believe in building the foundations of an economy that can thrive for generations to come. That means supporting businesses, investing in people and ensuring that no community is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Cole-Hamilton. We now move to the open debate. I call first Kevin Stewart to be followed by Alexander Stewart. Up to 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And spring is supposed to be the time when we see the first green shoots of hope after a long winter of despair. But there were no green shoots in the UK Government's spring statement this year. Instead, the Labour Chancellor announced a new round of broken promises, Austerity Mark II, and a budget balanced on the backs of the most vulnerable for the benefit of the richest. We were promised change, but the only change that there has been change for the worse. This spring statement was a reverse Robin Hood budget, taken from the poor to give to the rich. The Resolution Foundation reports that by 2030, the poorest 10% in society will be worse off under this Labour government than they were under the Tories, while the richest 10% will do even better under Labour than they ever did under the Tories. Thatcher famously said that her greatest achievement was the new Labour Party. And maybe Liz Truss is grinning to see this Labour government outdoing the previous Tory regime in trampling poor, ill and disabled people underfoot. And let's face facts, Presiding Officer. The impact of Labour's cuts will be devastating. The UK Government's own analysis shows that 3.2 million families will be financially worse off, with an average loss of £1,720 per year. Likewise, the same analysis from the Labour Government reveals that their welfare cuts will push 250,000 people into poverty, including 50,000 children, with the poorest households £500 a year worse off. And while the poor will be worse off due to the spring statement, it is disabled people that Labour have singled out for special punishment. With a stroke of a pen, the Labour UK Government has subjected disabled folk to the most despicable of cuts. The UK Government justifies these brutal cuts because, in their view, too many young people are faking poor mental health. This view flies in the face of independent mental health research. This year, the UK ranks bottom in the world for mental health, below war-torn Afghanistan. And while the UK is very much the worst, it is not unique, with a decline in mental health seen in all countries. The average mental health score in English-speaking countries has declined from 90 in 2019 to only 60 today, with young people suffering most. Globally, in 2019, 19% of young people struggled with poor mental health. But today, it is 46%, and in the UK, it is 55%. So yes, poor mental health in our young people is a problem, and maybe benefits do need to be reformed. But rather than reforming PIP for the better, Liz Kendall chose to simply restrict PIP to people who score at least 4 points in a single category, a move that will consign thousands of disabled people to economic destitution. Across the PIP scale, to get 4 points, you require physical assistance to do a task, while needing supervision with a task only gives 2 points. So it will be those, as Lorna Slater has said, who require supervision with a day-to-day task, who will face the brunt of these changes. As it stands, a disabled person who needs supervision to wash, dress, eat, toilet and understand complex decisions would be entitled to the highest level of PIP. Soon they will receive nothing, not a single penny piece. The UK government says that they will be fine if they get a job. But we are yet to hear where all of these jobs for people who can't wash, dress and toilet themselves actually are. And of course the UK government is also doing its level best to destroy the economy and ensure that there are fewer jobs by imposing a brutal national insurance jobs tax. And for those caught between the UK government's brutal cuts and economic mismanagement, we in Scotland must strive to remain a beacon of hope in the sea of British despair. But the impact of Labour's spring statement will hit home on the Scottish budget as well, with the OBR predicting a cumulative reduction in borrowing consequentials of £1 billion to the Scottish budget over the next 5 years. And likewise, while a decade ago we were promised that we would be £1,400 better off together, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation concludes that the average family will be £1,400 worse off by 2030. While we will always strive to be that beacon of progress and hope, as the waves of despair from this Labour UK government's actions crash against us, it is clearer than ever that Scotland must unshackle herself from the UK's sinking ship and chart her own course as an independent nation.
Thank you very much. I now call Alexander Stewart to be followed by Kenneth Gibson. Up to 6 minutes, Mr Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to contribute to this debate. Last summer, many of us were warned about the economic damage that would ensue if Labour were to form the next United Kingdom government. And since Labour came to power in July, we have seen many of these fears come to reality. Inflation increasing once again, and the UK growth stalled in the second part of 2024. The latest forecasts predict that in 2025, growth will be half of what it was previously predicted. While this is bad news for the British economy, none of it is too surprising, Presiding Officer. This is a high-tax, high-regulation government which is undermining the confidence of business across the whole of the United Kingdom. However, businesses here in Scotland also have to deal with a second high-tax agenda which is coming from this SNP Scottish Government. Labour's spring statement was effectively an emergency budget which enabled and needed to sign a sign of direction and change that and show and give a backing to the economy, and that did not happen. With the prediction of the tariffs coming, and we've known about this for some time, we would have hoped that there would have been improvements to provide certainty. That certainty, Presiding Officer, once again is lacking. Labour's decisions to increase defence spending can be welcomed in the light of the continued uncertainty in Europe. But in terms of growth, however, the long-term investment in our economy, the spring statement failed to deliver the clarity and the certainty that is needed for taxpayers and businesses right across Scotland. Whilst the Labour government says that its growth is its #1 priority, they suggest it's its #1 priority. It, however, is not reflected at all in this spring statement. The increase in the national insurance contributions alone is a significant impact on staffing decisions for businesses right across the country. This increase doesn't even come into effect until this week, but it already has seen many companies freezing recruitment and increasing their prices. We know that the tax increase will cost jobs and slow economic growth. The only question is by how much, Presiding Officer. It isn't even the fact that this job tax will be creating uncertainty in labour markets. The government itself is pressing ahead with their workers' rights reforms, which are being opposed by employers the length and breadth of the country in every shape and size. Not content with charging companies more for the privilege of employing people, the Labour government also wants to tie up employees and employers with red tape. The Federation of Small Business has said that these reforms are clumsy, they're rushed, they're chaotic and they're poorly planned. That is not what business needs to hear from this new government in supporting them going forward. They've also said... Happily?
Okay, briefly.
Is Alexander Stewart seriously suggesting that giving a pay rise to 200,000 Scots, the lowest paid Scots, is something that is simply red tape? Or is he suggesting that giving people day one rights on sick pay, or that ensuring that they're not subject to fire and rehire or to a zero-hours contract, that's bad? Is that
Alexander Stewart.
I thank the member for the intervention. You can't achieve that if you don't have the growth that's required within the nation to make that happen. And you know that, and you're not achieving it. They have also said that the proposals will deter small businesses from taking on staff, and that is the case. Small businesses are being deterred from taking on staff, and that is a disaster for economic growth.
Correct.
The Office of Budget Responsibility has been clear that the full impact of these reforms is hard to predict because of the insufficient detail that's been held. This means that growth forecasts for the coming year could even be lower than predicted. The Office of Budget Responsibility has also highlighted the fall in North Sea oil and gas revenues by the end of this decade. As a result of that, we could see a fall for more than half, from £5.4 billion to £2.3 billion. It is also the result of anti-investment policies from both the UK and the Scottish Government that they're slowly turning their backs on that industry. That industry has 100,000 jobs supporting that sector. Presiding Officer, we cannot go down that road. We cannot put that kind of strain on our economy. We must ensure that everything we do is supporting the environments and supporting the businesses within our community. The SNP cannot forget the legacy that they have, because their legacy so far on success in this prospect of the economy is not good either. We still have difficulties that are being forced on the economy by the actions and the deeds of this SNP government. The Scottish budget itself is missing out of £800 million. That's already been discussed this afternoon because of the failures to grow the economy. These benches have long been calling for the SNP government to use their powers over tax and spending, to cut taxes for hard-working Scots, to pass on all the business rates reliefs in full, and to centre and create pro-business and pro-innovation environments across Scotland. That's what we want to see, but we're seeing the very opposite. Labour policies have already damaged the UK's economy, but because of the SNP, the damage continues. So in conclusion, we will continue to champion policies that talk about ensuring that we can provide well-paid jobs, that we can see a growing economy, and we can have effective and efficient public services. That's exactly what the Scottish public expect from both governments. This spring statement is bad for the economy, it's bad for business, and it's bad for consumers. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Stewart. I now call Kenneth Gibson to be followed by Paul O'Kane. Up to 6 minutes, Mr Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In March 2015, Rachel Reeves MP, now Chancellor of the Exchequer, said, and I quote, "We are not the party of people on benefits. We don't want to be seen, and we are not the party to represent those out of work." Adding that, she had robust policies to ensure spending would reduce. Well, a decade later, she has been true to her word. Not that Labour said so in last year's election campaign. Anna Sawal's once defiant, now hollow proclamation, "Read my lips, no austerity under Labour," casts a long shadow over the chamber today. Last year he vowed to stand up to Keir Starmer, to be Scotland's voice at Westminster. Yet following the UK Spring Statement, aptly dubbed Austerity 2.0 by Labour MP Zara Sultana, with modest exceptions, the branch office here in the Scottish Parliament has been conspicuously silent. Only 3 of you even bother to turn up for this debate this afternoon, Mr Mara. That's how important you use your own Spring Statement.
Gibson, through the chair, Michael Mara, briefly.
I know how much regard he has for Paul Johnson, the Institute for Fiscal Studies. Does he agree with him, then, that this Spring Statement does not represent austerity in any way?
Kenneth Gibson.
No, I'm sorry, I actually agree with Labour MPs, for example, like David Abrahams, who says there are alternative, more compassionate ways to balance the books rather than on the backs of sick and disabled people. Or Labour MP Richard Burgon, who says this statement contains cruel attacks on disabled people. The government is taking the easy option of cutting support for millions of vulnerable people. One wonders why the latest in a succession of regressive fiscal measures which Labour in Scotland has been compelled to passively accept is beginning to take its toll. From the removal of winter fuel payments from 85% of pensioners to the dismissal of WASPy women and backtracking in the promise of reducing household fuel bills by £300 a year, Labour in government has depressed business confidence and raised employer national insurance contributions that impact 3 times more on lower paid workers than the highest paid. In North Ayrshire, more than half of this year's council tax increase is a direct result of increasing employers' national insurance contributions. Now the most vulnerable, thousands of disabled individuals face brutal cuts while Labour in Scotland takes the fifth. Under Labour, individuals unable to wash half their body, cook a meal, use the toilet unaided or dress themselves independently will be denied PIP, unless they suffer from an additional limiting condition. We're talking about 800,000 people. 800,000. A further 370,000 who receive PIP will have it removed. 3.2 million disabled people will lose an average of £1,720 a year. The core justification for these measures lies in the claim that they will generate £8.1 billion in annual savings by 2930 and incentivise workforce participation. Scotland will see year-on-year welfare cuts increase, reaching £455 million and £430 million in resource cuts by 2930. UK ministers claim people affected will be supported through a £1 billion disability employment package. Yet Britain's economic watchdog won't release employment forecasts until late October. MPs have been asked to endorse disability benefit cuts without any substantive analysis of how many of those affected can realistically secure employment. The Office for Budget Responsibility was completely unsighted on these developments and highlighted the absence of detailed policy frameworks or impact assessments. Works and Pensions Secretary Liz Kendall was apparently unaware of the impact the Spring Statement would have on her department and the millions who rely on it prior to the announcement. A transition fund is to be established and consulted on, but there's no budget for it, and the UK Government has no idea at what level at which it will be set. What a mess. Further uncertainty emerged on Monday when the BBC revealed that the Department for Work and Pensions faces a shortfall of 2,100 work coaches, leaving 400,000 individuals without the employment support to which they are entitled. Now. So how will folk whose benefits have been cut be supported into work? The only certainty that these cuts will drive at least 300,000 people, including 50,000 children, into poverty. The spring budget has drawn widespread condemnation from charities and organisations that champion the most disadvantaged in their society, and I'm well aware Labour have body swerved these comments so far this afternoon. Joseph Rowntree says 7.2 million UK households already struggle to afford basic necessities, and that figure will rise. Resolution Foundation estimates UK's poorest 10% will be £500 worse off annually by the time this Labour government term ends. And Child Poverty Action Director John Dickey says stealth cuts to UK social security bring neither stability nor security to struggling families. They'll push children into poverty across the UK, undermine the progress on child poverty being made in Scotland. Which brings us to the question on everybody's lips: is austerity truly necessary? Other nations will grow their defence budgets without imposing callous measures on their citizens. Germany amended its constitutionally enshrined rules to increase defence spending while simultaneously establishing a €500 billion infrastructure fund. The European Union has relaxed its fiscal regulations, enabling member states to strengthen defence capabilities without resorting to cuts. But no, Rachel Reeves, as if they're in tablets of stone, sticks to her fiscal rules. Sadly, Labour in Scotland remains subservient to Mr Starmer, even as internal dissent grows. Brian Leishman MP for Alloa and Grangemouth denounced the UK Government's welfare cuts as an act of, and I quote, inhumanity that will impoverish disabled people. And former Labour MSP Neil Findlay accused the Prime Minister of, and I quote, betraying Labour's proud history and laying waste to any claim of moral principle, which is no doubt why 19 of your 22 group weren't here for the start of this debate. And I note that Carol Mochan is here and has turned up recently, and she said, you cannot balance the books in the backs of people who require benefits just to have a passable standard of living. And still the condemnation goes on. Meanwhile, GDP per capita continues to fall. Presiding Officer, Labour is undermining Scotland's economy and public services with cuts aimed at impacting the most vulnerable. If Labour wants to be the party of social justice rather than an instrument of calculated indifference, it must abandon punitive cuts. It's clear more than ever Scotland must become an independent nation, or we will pay the price.
I call Paul O'Kane to be followed by Emma Roddick. Up to 6 minutes, Mr O'Kane.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. These are deeply serious global times. And we have already, I think, in some contributions this afternoon acknowledged the changing nature of the Western Alliance and the global economic and political consensus on which so much has rested for so long. That has been fundamentally shaken. Even today, as we await the imposition of universal tariffs by the world's largest economy on friend and foe alike, the world continues to move at pace and in ways that nobody wanted to see and which don't often to us make rational sense. And I think those are factors which have been referenced increasingly by parliamentarians of all parties in debates and statements over the past few weeks. And I think that is welcome, that degree of seriousness that is required in debates such as these. And I don't believe there is anyone on the government benches who doesn't recognise how much those events will buttress our own national finance, regardless of whether carves-out are secured or what the scale of those tariffs may be. And of course, all of that is coupled with an urgent need to spend significantly more on defence in the UK and right across Europe to undertake a programme of rapid rearmament. And those are decisions that have to be made and realities that we have to face up to. Now, I welcome the comment of the Prime Minister at lunchtime that the UK will approach this in a calm, pragmatic way, where we will engage in constructive talks with partners and prepare for all eventualities. So I don't think it is fair to say that there has been no cognizance of that. I think actually there is a very deliberate attempt to take a very pragmatic approach to that, because we do need, I think, here in Scotland to be equally calm, pragmatic and realistic about all of the factors and what they will mean for our own finances and indeed considering the impact on the wider UK finances also. And that is the context, Presiding Officer, in which last week's spring statement from the Chancellor took place. And I think we are all well served in the debate to remember that. I am pleased that despite those factors and despite those significant challenges, which are of a worry to many, that the Chancellor has protected a budget that was transformational last autumn. We have seen policies come into place in the last few days that will make a genuine difference to the life of many people here in Scotland. The uplift in the national minimum wage, the highest lift in the minimum wage since it was created by the last Labour government, yesterday delivered a pay rise to 200,000 of the lowest paid Scots. And that sits alongside a generational change to the rights of workers, to ensure that work is secure and that it supports people who are undertaking work, ending fire and rehire, ending exploitative zero-hours contracts and in securing rights from day one. I don't think that's something to be ashamed of, as the Conservatives seem to think. I think that is something that this government has prioritised because it is the right thing to do to support people in work and ensure that they have the right support. I'll take Stuart McMillan.
Stuart McMillan, briefly.
Thank Paula Kane for taking the intervention. And while I don't disagree that putting money into people's pockets is the right thing to do, and I welcome that, and I'm quite sure that many constituents in the West region and in my constituency will welcome that too. However, does Mr O'Kane also acknowledge that taking money out of the pockets of people who are disabled is not the right thing to do?
Paul O'Kane.
Well, Ms McMillan makes an important point about work and the importance of work, and I've said in this chamber a number of times that there are too many barriers to people who want to secure work to ensure that they can continue to progress, and we have to make sure that we break down those barriers, and I will come on to speak more widely about that in the course of my contribution. That budget also confirmed no cut to the Scottish budget, affirming that game-changing rise of £5.2 billion to be spent here in Scotland through that largest block grant in the history of devolution. And there was also a large-scale package of capital investment into infrastructure across the UK, including here in Scotland through a renewable future, through mechanisms such as GB Energy. And even in the spring statement itself last week, that confirmation that Labour will invest in the Scottish shipbuilding industry through a boost in defence spending was vital, at a time, of course, when we know that the SNP are sending Scottish shipbuilding jobs abroad. So I do note in the Cabinet Secretary's statement, which she made, that she welcomed an increase in defence spending, although, as usual, I think it's clear there's been a complete rejection of all of the ways in order to pay for that. And I don't think we've heard anything serious from the government benches about how issues should be paid for. And I would gently suggest as well to the government, if they care to listen, that at such a dangerous time, a policy of unilateral nuclear disarmament is deeply unserious. It does not recognise the real challenge in Ukraine and the issues therein. And that is before we mention the impact that it would have on jobs and the economy in my West Scotland region and the constituency of my colleague Jackie Baillie. Now, I acknowledge that there has been concern raised around some elements of the Spring Statement in terms of any reforms to social security. And I do think it is important that people have the chance to engage with the Green Paper that has been published by the Secretary of State in full. And I think there is a consensus. I do think there is a consensus around the importance of reform generally in the social security system in order to get more people into work. And I think that's where proposals in the Green Paper that have been long called for, including £1 billion of employment support, are right, as well as giving people the right to attempt work and to try work without a risk to losing their benefits. I do think that is important. I also think it is important that anyone who needs support gets it, and that we ensure that we protect people who need support. I'm just about to conclude, so I will begin to draw my remarks to a conclusion.
You'll conclude.
I will conclude. I think it's important that we base ourselves in the reality of the situation which we face. I think there is a grave global context to this Spring Statement, and I think that we have to have that at the forefront of our minds today if we're to have a serious and genuine debate in this place about our public finances. Thank you.
I now call Emma Roddick to be followed by Liz Smith. Up to 6 minutes. Ms Roddick.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It is devastating as a disabled person to witness the Labour Government's recent actions ruthlessly and unforgivably punishing disabled people and pensioners for its own failures to balance the books and deliver on its manifesto promises. Not only is this economically futile, because you will never get more disabled people into work by taking away the money that buys their care, their mobility aids and anything close to a level footing with their able-bodied neurotypical peers, but it is brutally unethical. During the last Conservative government, Disabled Spaces Online discussed papers that had been made public which considered extensive options to reduce the money that's been spent on benefits. Suggestions like narrowing eligibility for PIP and discriminating against certain groups of people were highlighted as surely too far for the Tories, including by many in the Labour Party who frequently made comments extremely similar to those that I'm making this afternoon. That it is a Labour government taking forward these reforms is devastating to everybody who voted Labour last year thinking that they were voting for positive change. The SNP has been working hard for years with targeted benefits and programmes to lift children out of poverty, but UK Labour is dragging them into it. The proposal to remove incapacity benefits from anyone under 22 is not only ignorant and ageist, it is cruel. It ensures that people who have a whole life ahead of them, which could be productive and happy if they have the right support, instead are going to live in poverty and misery if they manage to live at all. I again want to remind people that adult disability payment, personal independence payment, universal credit, these are not necessarily out-of-work benefits. Disability benefits are a recognition of the extra costs faced by those successful claimants who often can't function without the things that they use the money to purchase. Universal credit is often needed by people who are not making enough money despite being in work, even if they're taking up multiple roles. Many who claim these benefits are out of work, but knowing a lot of these people myself, I am aware that this is more a reflection on employment practices and societal norms than those people and their own attitudes towards work. Because whether you can do full-time hours or not, whether you experience brain fog, chronic pain, fatigue, an inability or a struggle to do things that others find easy, like reading, sitting, standing, writing or speaking, people generally want to feel fulfilled in their lives. And even the most well-off pensioners that I know usually volunteer, take on part-time work, find things that they can do to be productive. Looking at how many disabled people are unemployed and concluding that you must take away the little money that they have to force them into a workplace that is not set up for them and likely won't hire them anyway is ridiculous and demonstrates either extreme ignorance or a terrifying cruelty and inconsideration of the risk that this puts those lives in. Brutal changes to personal independence payment are blatant attempts to remove money from people with mental health issues, whom Labour seems to think are unworthy of support. But they will affect people who have a wide range of conditions. As Kevin Stewart and others have already outlined, there will be people who cannot dress themselves or wash without help, who see their payments disappear. Now, how will they pay somebody to help with these intimate tasks in order for them to be able to show up to any job. Of the 800,000 people who will lose out on the money that they rely on to manage their conditions thanks to Labour's cuts, how many will be unable to keep their jobs as a result? Labour's broken promises are piling up at a truly remarkable speed. I can only assume that Keir Starmer and his team believe that these punitive cuts to the most vulnerable will be forgotten by the next election, but they will not. On heating payments for pensioners, WASPy women, Grangemouth workers, GB Energy, no austerity, people are going to remember the harm that is being caused today. Instead of standing with us against the surge of the far right by protecting human rights in the face of growing risk across the world, Labour is all but handing them the next election. And I said Labour's decisions devastate me as a disabled person. They also dismay me as a nationalist. Because all of this reminds me, and I hope it's not lost on my constituents in the Highlands and Islands, that it doesn't matter who's in power in Whitehall, the Tories or the so-called party of devolution. It does not matter how lacking in conscience we, and I mean the Scottish Parliament, not just my own party here, believe their decisions to be. It doesn't matter how vast the gap is between approaches here and there. Our spending, our plans, our powers can all be badly impacted with no notice or consultation. Funding that we have great plans for can disappear at the whim of a UK minister. We've had some incredible successes in Scotland through devolution, and I'm proud of the progress that has been made in this place. But this doesn't work because we can do better and we need independence.
Thank you. And I call Liz Smith to be followed by Martin Whitfield. Up to 6 minutes, Ms Smith.
Thank you. And I think the debate has shown so far that it is important to put the spring statement into some context, particularly in terms of the challenges that are facing the Chancellor, those that are external rather than the self-imposed ones. And these challenges are very considerable, whether that's the very considerable uncertainty in the international markets as a result of the very belligerent protectionist policies that the Cabinet Secretary spoke about in her statement, and of which are very much across our newspapers this morning. They make very grim reading, and I think we should be in no doubt about that. Likewise, the very considerable uncertainty in the US defence policies, which mean that we have to prioritise increases in the defence budget, and of course the further increases in world energy prices. So when the Chancellor says that the world has changed, she is quite right in that. But of course that's only half the story. The OBR reports suggest that 1/3 of the internal growth problem is down to structural weaknesses in the economy, and 2/3 to a fall in business confidence, the problem with higher interest rates, which Craig Hoy spoke about, and to a fall in business confidence because of the expectations factors. And of course, we heard at the Finance Committee yesterday that the OBR has also been very critical of the late delivery of some aspects of Reeve's plans, which have made economic forecasting even more challenging. And I have to say, I think we've heard that before in another context. As the Fraser of Allender Institute said, it really isn't credible that the Chancellor and her Treasury Ministers were unaware of the OBR's concerns about the underlying troubles in Britain's finances, which of course is why they had to have their economic growth forecast for the next year, and why, given the self-imposed fiscal rules, there is now virtually no room at all for manoeuvre should the economy be exposed to any more exogenous shocks or substantial market changes, which my party knows only too well can come about if the fiscal headwinds are ignored. Despite some encouraging signs in terms of new jobs in the construction and the defence sectors, hopefully beneficial to Scotland as well, and the OBR's determination that reforms to planning legislation could add 0.4% to GDP, which is actually the single biggest boost that they were talking about for one specific policy, and I think that matters. This does not detract from the very serious problems with the supply side of the economy, and perhaps Mr Mara can deal with that supply side of the economy for me.
Michael Mara, briefly.
I appreciate the member giving way. She talks about the challenge of exogenous shocks around the fiscal rules. Is she suggesting that we should have created more headroom within the fiscal rules? And if so, how would she achieve that?
Ms Smith.
I think when it comes to the fiscal rules, that was a self-imposed discipline that the Chancellor set. And with hindsight, That's proved to be extremely tight when you measure the 6-month period between October and now. And therefore, if there are exogenous shocks, which sadly we're having to face up to quite regularly, that is a significant problem because the wriggle room with that no longer exists. So I think there are issues about that, and I think Mr Gibson was talking about some of the other European countries where they've had a different approach to some of their fiscal rules. So I think there's a lot to be learned about the world economy as to how the UK government would interpret that. Now, of course, on top of all this, we've had the imposition of the highest tax burden, serious issues that have resulted from Labour's national insurance tax on jobs, because that's what it is, and they're having particularly detrimental effects on retail and hospitality, and of course the tax increases that we've seen on British farmers. So the Reeves economy is not in a good place, and some of that is not down to external reasons. Now, I don't blame the Chancellor for addressing the welfare problems. She's quite right when she says that the size of the budget is unsustainable and that the current structure is not doing nearly enough to attract people back into the job market. But I have to say she has allowed so much unhelpful speculation to take place in the last few months, scaring many people who are very genuinely on benefits, and many of the SNP members have reflected on this, without spelling out evidence supplied what the impacts and indeed the side effects would be. But I'll come back to that welfare issue in a minute, and I think that expectations factor of the confusion and the very grim reading for many people who are with genuine disability, I have a great sympathy for that. So what about the impacts of the spring statement when it comes to Scotland, aside from the very relatively small Barnett consequentials of the 28 million as a result of that change? A 200 million cut in 2028-29 and a 435 million cut in 2029-30, plus the PIP reforms which will reduce the BGA for devolved social security. So the Cabinet Secretary is correct to say that the Scottish welfare system of benefits will cost more following Labour's proposed cuts to benefits, which will mean reductions in the block grant. But let's be very, very clear again that Scotland's welfare system was costing billions of pounds long before Labour's announcement. And just to take up the challenge that Paul O'Kane gave us about looking at the whole overall economy and looking at fiscal sustainability, I think we need a really serious debate in this Parliament about what we're going to do to reform the welfare system, to encourage more people into work and to ensure that we are genuinely helping those who are most in need and not providing so much money for those who can easily get back into the workforce. And I'll finish on that point.
Thank you, Ms Smith. I now call Martin Whitfield to be followed by Michelle Thompson, up to 4 minutes. Mr. Whitfield, to 6 minutes, sorry. Mr.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And it's a pleasure, as always, to follow Liz Smith and the challenge that she's set down to the Chamber today, and indeed perhaps a debate in a more traditional format may assist a better understanding of that. But the UK Chancellor is absolutely right to point to the global challenges that are facing all of the major economies. The world has changed. And for anyone just to dismiss that is actually to deny the reality that we're seeing with the conflict in the Middle East, war in Ukraine, the volatile energy prices, despots and dictators seeking to disrupt and divide. And just today, we see markets and economies the world over holding their breath as they wait for the President's announcement at 9 o'clock our time this evening. The UK, let me get started first, Kevin, if you don't mind. The UK government is working hard to secure a deal with the US, but in the meantime, there is no doubt that the volatility in global markets will impact our economy. The Chancellor is grappling with these changed and uncertain circumstances, and in this increasingly unstable and unpredictable world, increasing defence spending was the right choice for our national security. And anyone who argues against this fails, I think, to understand the genuine severity of the global moment. In the midst... If it's short, Mr Stewart.
Kevin Stewart, briefly.
I agree with Mr Whitfield. Nobody can argue that the world hasn't changed. But why can the Chancellor of the Exchequer not change her fiscal rules in light of the changes that have been taking place across the globe? Change those rules instead of punishing disabled people.
I'm grateful for that intervention, and I would point to what happened, less than, 24 months ago, when we saw a Prime Minister suddenly decide to change their fiscal rules, to throw them out of the window, and to see the sudden drop in confidence that markets around the world, investors in this country, had about the United Kingdom. To risk that economic stability at this time would be an utterly reckless proposition to take. And while we are in the midst of these global challenges, the UK government is taking the long-term decisions to grow our economy. And as we've heard, the OBR recognised last week upgrading its growth forecast for next year and indeed every single year thereafter, with a cumulative growth forecast period now higher than expected at the time of the budget. And the OBR can see that the decisions that are being taken by this UK government will lead to economic growth. The increase of £2.2 billion to defence spending in 25-26 will mean more jobs, more investment right here in Scotland. In 2023-24, the Ministry of Defence spent more than £2 billion in Scotland, supporting 25,600 jobs. Current UK defence investment represents a huge boost for Scottish shipbuilding. The £4.2 billion contract to build the 5 T-26 frigates on the Clyde, supporting 1,700 jobs directly, 2,300 jobs in the supply chain. While the SNP sends shipbuilding jobs abroad, the UK Labour government is investing in people and industry here in the UK, here in Scotland. And that's the difference a UK Labour government can make for our economy and our national security. I want to touch on house building, because the UK Labour government is taking bold steps to grow the economy, not least by introducing the most ambitious set of planning reforms in decades to get Britain building a target of 1.5 million new homes in England over the next 5 years. The conclusion of the OBR? A real GDP increase of 0.2% by 29-30, 0.4% within the next 10 years. That will add £15.1 billion to our economy, the biggest positive growth impact the OBR has ever reflected in its forecasts. This significant action by the UK Labour government to build more homes, to tackle homelessness, to grow our economy is endorsed by the independent OBR, and that is the difference a UK Labour government can make. But what about house building here in Scotland? 7% down on completions, new starts down 9%. Affordable homes being approved a staggering 48% below its peak in 2018. And I raise that because here in the constituency of East Lothian, as part of the south of Scotland, we still have 80 per 100,000 people living in temporary accommodation. The Scottish average is 59. There isn't a housing emergency in Scotland, and this has been admitted to by the Scottish Government. The SNP is doing nothing. In fact, they cut the affordable housing budget by 22% last year. And if we look at the Truth About Youth survey published today for 2025, which reached out to young Scottish people and asked them, what was their number one issue? Their number one issue was affordable housing. 51% being bothered by the issue. I don't have time. 48% saying it is the most important issue for their future. And to close, I want to pick one other element up from the Truth About Youth survey, that 40% of young people who responded thought their childhood now was worse than when their parents had grown up. Only 24% saying they felt better. And this isn't a damning indictment of this government, a government who has been in power for all of, or most of all of the lives of the young people who responded. It is this Scottish Government who are responsible for that, not another. So while we sit here today and discuss the impact of the UK Spring Statement, the money and investment it represents, the challenge for the government here is to consider its own impact and what it chooses to do with its resources.
I now call the final speaker in the open debate, Michelle Thompson, up to 6 minutes. Ms Thompson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm going to restrict my remarks to the Spring Statement. It was sold as a little bit of tinkering to help people, and perhaps that sounded kinder than what it really was, a full-on attack on the most vulnerable in our society, and the most vulnerable of those in the form of disabled people. A week before the spring statement, cuts to PIP benefits were announced. A week later, the overall cost of PIP was further cut by the announcement of a freeze for existing recipients. Such a change had nothing to do with rational policy reform, certainly nothing to do with helping people into work, and everything to do with reaching the Chancellor's headroom target. The most revealing aspect of the spring statement is that it has resulted in restoring the anticipated headroom to exactly £9.9 billion. And as Paul Johnson of the IFS has said, and I quote, "The Treasury has clearly worked overtime to ensure exactly the same fiscal headroom." He goes on to comment, "This is not a terribly sensible way of using their time or way of making policy." And that understatement, presiding officers, gently pointing out that it's the Chancellor's restrictive fiscal rules that are driving policy, not doing the right things for the people and the economy. It's increasingly likely this headroom will vanish well before the next fiscal event, and indeed may be wiped out entirely by the coming of tariffs. And on tariffs, Sir Keir Starmer claimed today that we, and I've quote, "we have prepared for all eventualities." If that were so, there would have been an indication of strategy or scenario plans set out in the fiscal event of last week. There was none. The cost of borrowing has seen a rise in interest to around 5.5% in 20-year gilts, and indeed debt interest is now approaching £111 billion each year in the UK. This is not the result of new emerging world uncertainty. This is a result of structural issues in the UK economy compounded by Brexit. These payments for debt dwarf the entire Scottish Government budget. The spring statement could ultimately lead to a further cut of around £900 million for the Scottish Government. Now, it's claimed that cuts to overseas aid, I'm carrying on if you don't mind, are to fund a rise in defence spending. Yet, by comparing the composition of cuts and increases, we see that overseas aid is being cut by £3.2 billion in day-to-day spending, which counts against the main fiscal rule. However, the rise in defence spending is very different, with only £0.6 billion in day-to-day spending. The planned increase in defence spending is over 90% in capital, which is completely different to current patterns of defence spending, where only 35% is in capital. In other words, the net effect of the changes to both overseas aid and defence is to contribute £2.6 billion towards restoring the headroom target. And even after all this effort, the OBR gave only a 54% chance of the current plans achieving a budget balance by 2029-2030. And even that 54% is predicated on an end to fuel duty freezes, which we all know will not happen. The spring statement also shaved more off the earlier announced plans for departmental budgets. And as we know, it's assumed that the UK government administration budget will be cut by 15%. But details on this are scarce. Looking back to previous Labour governments, there were regular efforts to achieve governmental savings, but none ever materialised. Indeed, in almost all cases, expenditure administration rose. As the Fraser of Allender Institute have put it, the spring statement is riddled with optimism bias. There is, of course, a very large elephant in the room. How, I wonder, could we address the needs to generate growth in the economy as a means of improving our economic health and do something to tackle the international uncertainty born of wars and Donald Trump tariffs? Perhaps a pre-spring statement survey from YouGov can help. Amongst even Labour voters, closer trade links with the EU is seen as the best option, with 65% thinking it would pay greater economic dividends compared to a mere 15% who favoured benefit cuts. The electorate seem to have a better grasp of economics than the Chancellor. Presiding officer, you know I favour quotes to illustrate my points in a speech. Drawing this time from the show Wicked, I would say Scotland is through with playing by the rules of someone else's game. And quoting the show again, I go as far as to say this fiscal event is a load of old shiz.
I'll take advice on that one, Ms Thompson. We now move to closing speeches. I call first Lorna Slater, up to 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I find myself in the unusual situation this afternoon of agreeing with Liz Smith on the UK government's self-imposed difficulty over its fiscal rules. The Financial Times This Week in article raises concerns about the role of the OBR in the democracy of the UK and the absurdity of sticking to these rules when the game has changed, and especially in the absence of good data for the OBR to use and a history of very poor predictions from the OBR. I'll go through members' contributions and make some comments on them. I thought that Craig Hoy showed his sympathies with people on salaries of £100,000, which was clearly setting out his stall there when we were mostly talking about the worries of the very, very most vulnerable who are needing benefits just to be able to wash themselves and look after themselves. And I suppose that's because Craig Hoy finds, although he challenges Labour to a bold approach, he doesn't think taxing rich people is a bold approach. I don't know, maybe that makes it awkward at Conservative dinner parties, but accusing the Labour of implementing economic misery after the economic misery imposed by Brexit and Liz Truss is really something from across the room. I would further challenge that a benefit system, a compassionate social safety net that looks after everybody and gives everybody a fair chance can never be described as unsustainable. But what is unsustainable is tax breaks for fossil fuel extraction and use, while at the same time we have to spend more money to sequester that carbon away. That's twice. We're subsidising digging it up and burning it, and then we're having to pay for putting it away safely so that it doesn't harm our environment too badly. That is an insane use of resources and priorities, and the recognition, I think, from across the chamber that North Sea oil and gas extraction is now in decline, and accepting that rate of decline will hopefully allow us all to focus on transition and building that green economy. Because if there is one thing missing from the Spring Statement, it is the Chancellor taking opportunities for investment and growth in the green economy. Preventing climate catastrophe isn't optional. Members may recall me sharing information from the CBI a few weeks ago that reported double-digit growth in the green economy, so I'll repeat them here. CBI Economics calculated that, and I quote, for every pound of this GVA, that's the green economy, an additional 1.89 pounds of GVA was created across the wider economy. In other words, the economic benefits, including the ripple effect into the green economy, exceeded £157 billion. The future is green. If the Chancellor is looking for growth, she'll find it in the green economy. The CBI report further makes it clear that green industries are primed for rapid growth if policymakers create the right regulatory environment for them. Should they fail to capitalise on this opportunity, the CBI warns, it risks losing out in international competition. The CBI's chief economist, Louise Hellam, said it's clear. You can't have growth without green. She says 2025 is the year when the rubber really hits the road, where inaction is indisputably costlier than action. We are approaching critical points of no return for achieving essential outcomes in energy security and emissions reduction, and the Chancellor could have made this a feature of her Spring Statement to bring that sort of green growth, which would support the desperately needed transition away from that declining oil and gas industry to industries that actually have a long-term future. And finally, I would like to challenge Michael Morra on some of the points that he made. Firstly, around the tax base. I think that represents a lack of imagination, thinking no further than income taxes. There are potentially pollution taxes, carbon taxes, wealth taxes, land value taxes. The growth which the economy has experienced for the last 200 years has created wealth. But most of that's being hoarded by a very few individuals. And when wealth is hoarded, whether it's invested in depreciating assets like luxury cars, static assets like mansions, or hidden offshore in tax havens, it isn't contributing to the economy. In order for money to contribute to the economy, in order for that wealth to do us good, it needs to circulate. So cracking down on tax avoidance and winkling out this money through wealth taxation is the way to get it back in circulation and make sure that it is working for everybody. And finally, Michael Mara made the point about an increased national living wage. That still isn't a real living wage. It traps all workers who receive it in poverty. That is nothing to brag about. I still think that the Chancellor missed opportunities in this spring statement to make the economy of the UK fairer, to support people in need, while at the same time recognising that a new world requires new fiscal rules and new priorities. I'm very disappointed for the impact that this will have on the UK as a whole, but especially on Scotland.
Thank you. And I call on Michael Mara.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I welcome all the contributions to the debate this afternoon. And if I can begin where Lorna Slater finished off around the fiscal rules, which I think has underpinned much of the discussion this afternoon. Of course, there was a very significant change in the fiscal rules followed by the UK Government at the autumn budget. A very significant change. It changed the amount of money that could be used through capital invested for the long term and how that was counted against debt. And it radically changed the prospects for capital investment in this country over the years to come. Frankly, where I disagree with many members, I don't think it's credible in a time when we're seeking economic stability, economic leadership, to radically change those economic rules again within a matter of weeks. That's not what is going to send the right signals to people who are dealing with it. We'll take the member in 1 second, dealing with the markets and send the right signals in terms of our highly indebted economy. Yes.
Liz Smith.
The member is absolutely right about that very point about the markets. That's where Liz Truss had an absolute unmitigated disaster, because she wasn't listening to what the financial institutions were telling her. And there is a danger that Rachel Reeves is going to repeat the fact that when it comes to listening to the advice and to the changing world, that could become a problem. Does he agree with that?
Michael Mara.
Well, certainly I agree that we have to listen to expert and learned advice in terms of the structure of our economy and the direction of it and the decisions that we take. And that's absolutely clear. And I think Liz Smith was advocating for a shift in the fiscal rules as well. She didn't give an answer as to how that would be the case in terms of what policy or approach might be taken. There's a challenge here, I think, about how we achieve the higher amount of fiscal headroom that Liz Smith appeared to be advocating for. And there was, I think, members on the benches, in particular Michelle Thompson, was advocating for also, to try and provide. Now, if that's not to be provided through cuts to public spending, if it's not to be provided through higher taxes and finding a match of the two, then indeed where was it to come from? I thought Michelle Thompson seemed to be simultaneously advocating higher debt in the UK economy and then also bemoaning the high indebtedness of the UK economy. If I can say to her, to quote Wicked, that indeed is defying gravity, Michelle Thompson, I think that you will find. So I think also Kenneth Gibson also made similar points, bemoaning the situation regarding the fiscal rules. No answer again as to what those fiscal rules should be. And there were some calls from the front benches, what about Germany? Of course, the situation in Germany is that they have indebtedness of 62% of their GDP in comparison to 100% of indebtedness in the UK economy. And if you let me finish this point, I'll be happy to take the Cabinet Secretary. The change to their fiscal position has resulted in the largest increase in interest rates in 30 years. That would have led to a £4 billion comparative increase in our debt in this country. How would you deal with that?
Cabinet Secretary.
The thing to ignore, though, is that other EU countries have similarly set aside defence spending outside of their debt rules and have managed to do that successfully. Rachel Reeves had choices, and Michael Mara seems to be defending that she has made the choice to fund her programme on the backs of disabled people. Is Michael Mara really comfortable with that?
It's certainly not what I'm saying. What I'm setting out is the choice that's in front of the Chancellor, whether to actually invest in fiscal competence and stability or whether to move away from those rules. The case that I'm making this afternoon, I've set out quite clearly already, is I do not think that this is the time or the moment to do that right now. We had a very significant change to the fiscal rules only a matter of weeks ago, and to do it again now, frankly, would cause chaos. And we don't have to look too far for the issue about where the example of that chaos. Liz Smith has pointed out what happens when somebody like Liz Truss takes such an approach. And Craig Hoy was very dismissive of the 3 interest rate cuts that have taken place under the Labour government since they came to power. If I would gently remind him that in 2020, rates were at 0.1%. I don't have the time, sir, I'm afraid I can't. The rates were at 0.1% in 2020, and they peaked at 5.25% in August 2023. I wonder what happened within that intervening period. I tell you what happened. Liz Truss happened. There was an absolute surge in interest rates, and I have to bring in interest rates down now to 4.5%. Not as low as we would like them to go. We would like them to go further. But that's about having a stable fiscal and economic policy that can deliver for the long term. Because the challenge that we faced as a government when we arrived last year was the trilemma. No growth in the economy for 14 years due to the horrific Tory government. A massive in-year black hole where the National Reserve, presiding officer, have been spent 3 times in the space of the first quarter. And public services in crisis. That's the context, I think, that Martin Whitfield was talking to about the utterly reckless approach that was being advocated by people in terms of the abandonment of the fiscal rules at this point. Because he also pointed out, I think in a very fine speech, the real positive impact that investing in housing for the long term, using that capital headroom that we've created, can actually have. The biggest ever OBR, a positive policy adjustment that's been made in the budget. And that has overall resulted, that last budget in the autumn, in £5.2 billion of additional spending for this government to invest in public services in this country, presiding officer. And I have to say once again to SNP that being responsible with the public's money is not demanding £70 billion of additional spending and then imposing every single revenue-raising measure to do it. The latest excuse now is that we change the fiscal rules to try and find a means to obtain more debt without ever recognising the impact it would have on our interest rates. It's not serious, it's not credible, frankly it's implausible, and frankly, presiding officer, it's impossible.
Thank you, Mr Mara. I call on Murdo Fraser. Up to 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, presiding officer. Can I just start off by reiterating the point I made at the very beginning of this debate, a point that was echoed by Alex Cole-Hamilton in his contribution. I hope we're not going to see a trend set in with the government front bench, where they present statements to this Parliament for 20 minutes, don't take any interventions, don't allow any interruptions, don't allow any questions, and then steal opposition time when it comes to the debate. That would be a very unhelpful development, presiding officer. Now, in our lengthy statement, the Cabinet Secretary made some points I would agree with. Some of the criticism she made of Rachel Reeves and the Labour government, she was quite right to make. And Craig Hoy reminded us of some of the fiscal backdrop, because Labour inherited a growing economy, inflation down, unemployment low, a budget deficit indeed inflated by all the payment support for the COVID pandemic, the furlough scheme, all the cost of living payments that were made to individuals, but nevertheless a budget deficit half what the Conservatives inherited from the last Labour government in 2010. Now what do we have? We have economic growth in the UK, barely above recession levels. We have inflation up and growth forecasts having been halved, and business confidence in the doldrums. The fiscal headroom Rachel Reeves thought she had has now gone. And all that's even before the national insurance increases kick in on Sunday. A veritable tax on jobs, as Liz Smith reminded us. And that tax on jobs will deliver job losses, because that's what the Federation of Small Business are telling us when they survey their members. And the Office for Budget Responsibility estimate that national insurance increase will lead through to lower wages, with 76% expected to deliver lower wages for their staff from 26-27. And against all that, we have the threat of tariffs, and we'll learn more in a few hours about the impact that will have. And I would say gently to Lorna Slater, I think it's really important we don't inflame the situation in this chamber or elsewhere by making comments that might be unhelpful. You know, we don't have to love Donald Trump, we don't have to like Donald Trump, we don't have to like his regime But it's very important that those in positions of leadership in the United Kingdom don't overreact to what the action he might take. Now, the Cabinet Secretary referred to in her contribution, and a number of other SNP members did too. Yes, I'll give way on that point.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
I'm very grateful to Murdo Fraser for taking my intervention. He's right to say that it's important not to overreact in these days of turmoil, but does he also recognise that it's important that the government not necessarily overly kowtow to Donald Trump, perhaps in the decreasing of digital services tax or other removal of payments that American companies pay to try and avoid the tariffs that are coming?
Murdo Fraser.
Well, I know Mr Cole-Hamilton drove a Tesla. I know he went and then sold it. I know he then went over to campaign for Kamala Harris. Maybe he's a little bit embarrassed about his actions, but I think it's very important we act in the interests of Scottish businesses looking to export to America, and we tread very carefully in this respect. But I was going to turn and look at some of the comments made by the Cabinet Secretary and SNP benches about rejoining the EU. Now, right at the moment, when we are potentially facing the prospect of Donald Trump imposing tariffs on the EU, but maybe not on the United Kingdom, nothing could be more misguided than look at rejoining the EU at this particular point until we see where that develops. It would be a staggering proposal from the interests of the UK economy. I will, briefly, yes.
Michelle Thompson.
I'd just like to note, I think it's extremely unlikely that the UK would be able to rejoin the EU by 9 p.m. this evening when the announcement about tariffs will be made. But seriously, does he recognise that the UK has left itself between a rock and a hard place, aligned to the US with Trump at its helm and out with the EU? Surely that's a concern for him.
Murdo Fraser.
Surely the opportunity to strike a bespoke trade deal with the US that avoids the possibility of tariffs on Scottish and British exports is something we should all welcome and not try and denigrate, presiding officer. But we've heard about Labour's economic legacy, the broken promises we heard from others, the winter fuel allowance withdrawn, the farm tax introduced, hitting farmers, the national insurance increases I've referred to, the benefit cuts, the promised £300 cut in fuel costs not delivered. My good friend, our former colleague Neil Finlay MSP, sadly no longer with us, abandoning the Labour Party because of their, and I quote, vindictive and brutal policies. At least he had some guts, presiding officer. But that's enough about Labour. Let's look at the SNP record, because we now see a record tax gap between Scotland and the rest of the UK. And at a time people are struggling with a cost of living, we see water charges up, eye-watering council tax increases of 10% and more at the same time as people are seeing services being reduced. Our universities under threat. The University of Dundee facing 700 jobs cuts due to the funding settlement they're getting from the Scottish Government. But still, the cost of government goes up and up and up. More civil servants. 500 extra senior civil servants in the last 2.5 years. If Mr McKee was looking where to swing his axe, I suggest he starts with the Scottish Government and makes progress from there. But we saw dangled from the Cabinet Secretary the carrot of a wealth tax. Interesting proposal. I wonder if anybody on the SNP front bench can tell me how would that be implemented? Who would it impact on? How much money would it raise? In fact, is there any country in the world that has successfully implemented a wealth tax? If anybody on the SNP front bench can tell me where a wealth tax has been introduced, I will give way to them now. No, of course, because it hasn't, presiding officer. There is no country in the world that has successfully introduced a wealth tax. It is a chimera, just introduced to give the SNP something to say. In fact, their record is one of tax. We have the highest tax burden in the United Kingdom we have ever had in our history, and in Scotland it is higher still. But we do have a new policy from the SNP. It didn't get mentioned today. A new policy, or rather a reheat of an old policy, full fiscal autonomy. Because the Cabinet Secretary wrote to the Scottish Affairs Committee in Westminster on the 16th of January, now saying the SNP want full fiscal autonomy. All revenues raised in Scotland to be retained in Scotland, and all expenditure paid for by the government here. And what does that mean in practical terms, Well, according to the Scottish Government's own figures, the gap between revenue and expenditure in Scotland is £22.7 billion, a deficit of 10.4%, twice that of the United Kingdom. And in relation to the United Kingdom, that gives us a fiscal gap of £8 billion, 12.5% of the Scottish Government's annual budget, and no idea how that gap would be filled by cuts or by tax rises. And let's remember, Presiding Officer, these are the people all the way through the budget process were challenging us, saying, where are you going to find £1 billion? They're proposing to cut the budget by £8 billion, 8 times more, Presiding Officer. So let me say in conclusion, Presiding Officer, we have two left-wing governments letting our country down. More tax, lower growth. Whether it's Labour or the SNP, we are paying more for less. You're better off with the Conservatives.
Thank you, Mr Fraser. And I call on the Minister to wind up. Up to 9 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome this debate this afternoon and thank members for their contributions, and I'll come on to cover some of those briefly later on. My colleague, the Finance Secretary, said in her statement that the UK Spring Statement has caused widespread concerns, and that's evident from listening to members this afternoon. We all have constituents who are very worried about the impact of Chancellor's cuts to benefits for sick and disabled people, and we've all seen that alarming impact assessment that the UK Government has published on its own policies, which show clearly the number of people who will lose out as a result of these changes. The Finance Secretary also described the UK Government's cuts and how they will impact on our budget for future years, and that will mean less money to support our priorities and the investment we are making to strengthen public services and tackle poverty. And this is yet another example of the UK Government taking bad decisions which then impact on the funding we have in Scotland for our priorities. This Government is already spending £210 million this year to mitigate damaging UK Government welfare policies. We have committed to effectively scrapping the two-child limit from next year, but we are at the limit of what we can do with current powers we have. And the UK benefit cuts will reduce the funding that we receive for our devolved benefits. Funding from the UK Government for social security is forecast to reduce by over £400 million in 2029-30. The funding challenges we face are made worse by the fact that the UK Government is shortchanging us on funding for the rise in employer national insurance contributions to the tune of around £400 million. We have called on the Chancellor to commit to fully funding those additional costs, but again she has failed to do so, meaning the Scottish Government face having to take funding from frontline services to fill that gap. The Finance Secretary outlined earlier how we can expect... yes, indeed, I will. Yeah.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Talking about taking money from frontline services and putting it elsewhere, if the Government sticks to its guns on welfare expenditure and continues to spend £2 billion more in welfare expenditure than it received Barnett consequentials for, where is that money going to come from? Frontline services or tax rises?
Well, it's quite clear that the Scottish Government is going to publish very shortly our medium-term financial strategy, our fiscal delivery sustainability plan, our public service reform strategy, which will outline very clearly how we are going to continue to balance a budget as we have every year for the past 17 years, and that's something we're going to continue to do into the future. The Finance Secretary has outlined earlier how we can expect our funding to be reduced in the years ahead, and this does make it essential that we focus on our priorities and ensure that our budget is spent effectively. And all of us in this Parliament need to understand that we need to not call for additional spending, as we've heard from, I believe, Craig Hoy himself, in one breath calling for tax cuts and in the other calling for more funding for public spending. Members need to understand the reality of that. And we also face the prospect of further cuts and tax rises at the Chancellor's autumn statement as she struggles to maintain her fiscal rules. So I want to talk briefly about our public service reform programmes, which are securing significant cost avoidance and cash releasing savings of more than £200 million over the 2 years up to the end of 24-25. And this is only the beginning. More work has been undertaken on a weekly basis to identify more opportunities where we can continue to redirect resources to the front line. Our £30 million Invest to Save Fund will catalyse efficiency, effectiveness and productivity projects. And we are proactively addressing the need to control workforce size to remain fiscally sustainable. Since 2022, recruitment controls in the Scottish Government have reduced the size of the workforce by almost 0.5% in 22-23, by 3% last year, and by a further similar number this year, and that will continue in future years indeed.
Liz Smith.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Is he in a position, or is the Scottish Government in a position, to be able to produce some statistics about the savings that have already been made that the Minister keeps referring to, so that we can have, and I'm sure the Finance Committee would welcome this, so we have a guide as to what progress is actually being made?
Minister.
Yes, absolutely. There's a full breakdown of that £280 million, and I'll send it to the member after this debate, and I'll happily share that with the Finance Committee. And this Government is committed to working right across the economy to maximise the opportunities that lie ahead and deliver economic growth despite the constraints and the policies of the UK Government. We remain laser focused on the vision set in our economic strategy, delivering fair green growth for all of Scotland. We're making good progress. Since 2007, GDP per person in Scotland has grown by 10% compared to just 6% in the UK. Productivity in Scotland has grown by an average rate of 1.1% compared to a UK average of 0.4%. Our economy remains resilient with low unemployment and strong earnings growth. Our unemployment rate of 3.8% remains lower than the UK rate of 4.7%, and proportionally more workers in Scotland are earning their real living wage compared to the rest of the UK. On inward investment, Scotland has the most attractive destination in the UK outside of London now for 9 years running. Inward investment projects in Scotland grew by 12.7% in 2023, more than double the rate across the rest of the UK. And even just now, the latest data, growth in Scotland, 3-month on 3-month growth data at 0.5% compared to 0.2% for the UK. And the Tories have been talking about how things were great back in the day when they were in office compared to where Labour have taken the economy since they've been in. The data in July of last year, when the Tories left office, was also 0.2% in the UK, in Scotland at a higher number than that. So in this year's Scottish Budget, we are laying the foundations for the long-term success of our people, places and businesses, investing in offshore wind to the tune of £150 million and providing a further £200 million to the Scottish National Investment Bank. But we need the UK Government to use its reserve powers to support the Scottish economy, supporting tailored migration routes such as the proposed Scottish graduate visa, accelerating delivery of offshore wind and hydrogen projects, and giving the go-ahead for Acorn and Scottish cluster carbon storage and utilisation project. And I will talk about Brexit. It's hugely important. We might not be back in by 9 o'clock this evening, but the impact of Brexit, misguided policy supported by both Labour and the Tories, results in a £2 billion hit to the funds available for public spending in Scotland. Think what we could do with that money. Turning to members' contributions this afternoon, Kenny Gibson highlighted very clearly the discontent within Labour ranks. A number of Labour members highlighting the misguided nature of the welfare policies being taken forward by the UK Government. Michelle Thompson expertly unpicked the optimism bias underpinning the UK Government spring statement. Liz Smith, as always, an intelligent contribution focused on the UK Government's fiscal rules. I think it's true to say that we will miss Liz Smith's contributions in this chamber when she retires. But I think the prize, as is often the case, goes to Kevin Stewart for working his nautical theme to death. Not only are we in a sea of British despair, not only do we need to chart a new course, not only do we need to escape from the UK sinking ship, but there was even more waves of despair hit us as we proceeded to take that path. So, in conclusion, Presiding Officer, it's deeply disappointing that we are looking at the prospect of welfare cuts and reduced budgets as a result of the Chancellor's statement. The Cabinet Secretary for Finance will set out our medium-term financial strategy at the end of May. It's up to all of us in this Parliament to face up to those challenges. As we move forward, this Government will remain focused on our priorities: eradicating child poverty, growing the economy, tackling the climate emergency and ensuring high quality and sustainable public services. These are our priorities. These are the priorities of the people of Scotland. But to deliver the full potential of Scotland, we of course do need the full powers of independence. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes the debate on the impact of the UK Government's Spring Statement on Scotland. It's now time to move on to the next item of business, which is consideration of Business Motion 17059 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau setting out a business programme. And I call on Jamie Hepburn to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. And I call on Miles Briggs to speak to and move Amendment 17059.1 up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I rise to speak in support of the amendment I've lodged in my name to change the business programme motion to replace the first Tuesday back after recess debate on the international situation with a debate on addressing violence in schools. Presiding Officer, I make no apology for again highlighting my concerns around the breakdown in discipline in our classrooms and the need for leadership from ministers to turn this situation around. Survey after survey by unions has revealed teachers being punched, kicked, spat at by pupils, and of them being set upon by yobs wielding hockey sticks and broken glass and having their cars vandalised. The levels... Yes, I will.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
I'm very grateful to Miles Briggs for taking my intervention. He will have heard me asking the First Minister about this issue at FMQs last week, at which Scottish Liberal Democrats revealed research that we are, incident for incident, matching the trajectory of last year's record-breaking, terrible results for violence in our schools. Liberal Democrats will support his motion or his amendment tonight, but does he recognise that this isn't getting any better?
Miles Briggs.
I absolutely agree with the member on that, and the recent NASUWT survey points to the evidence he has put on record this evening. The levels of violence in our classrooms and schools is totally unacceptable, with a surge in the number of assaults on school campuses involving dangerous weapons. And that survey I referenced, we need to see action from ministers. And the Cabinet Secretary yesterday acknowledged just that. Many incidents are also going unreported. I will. Yes.
Stephen Kerr.
To my friend for giving way, because he's making the point that yesterday, when we had questions on this, the Cabinet Secretary went to great lengths to say that she acceded to the fact, acknowledged the fact that we need to have a full parliamentary debate on this in government time. That's in the official record. So we're not asking for something just from a Conservative point of view. We're actually asking this with the Cabinet Secretary's own point of view in mind, that we should spend time in this chamber discussing that rather than a debate on reserved matters.
I absolutely agree, and this is where we need to see the government lead. The government, in many cases, isn't aware of the fact that teachers and schools are not even aware of the government's own national action plan. There is still no reporting of standards in place and recording of incidents, and that is something we need to see addressed with urgency. The First Minister has said that gender-based violence in our society must be addressed, and I agree. That is why we are calling on ministers and government to lead from the front, and for this to be a priority. There needs to be an acknowledgement from ministers and recognition that in schools across our country, these policies are failing and leading to the concerning situation we see in schools today. But we need to see ministers act, and act urgently. And that starts with ministers bringing to Parliament a debate that we can then look towards the policies which are failing to address this situation. Scottish Conservatives requested a ministerial statement on violence in schools over the weekend ahead of Bureau, and the Minister has only committed to providing one further down the line. That is not acceptable. Teachers can't wait for ministers to bring something further down the line. They need action now. Presiding Officer, pupils, teachers, parents and unions are calling for visible and strong leadership from ministers on this issue. I agree, and we have not seen that today. The Scottish Parliament is here to debate the most pressing issues facing the people of Scotland. I don't think anything is more pressing than violence in our schools, issues that we have responsibility over and this Parliament has the responsibility over, and that is something we must address. That is why it is of critical importance that we do debate these issues of school violence, and ministers are held to account, and I move the amendment in my name.
Thank you, Mr Briggs. I call on the Minister to respond on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The business motion before us proposes we hold a debate on the 22nd of April regarding the international situation without motion to enable us to collectively consider the impact of geopolitical events as they affect Scotland at this moment in time. I think we would all, and indeed just heard Mr Fraser mention a number of times the potential for tariffs and their impact on businesses here in Scotland. I think we would all recognise that these are matters that will impact us here in Scotland, and that it is right that Parliament should have the ability to consider them. And indeed, it was agreed just yesterday by the Bureau to be scheduled. And the reason I brought it forward, incidentally, was on the basis of a discussion, a suggestion from another colleague at the time of the First Minister's statement on Ukraine, that a debate at that stage might have been appropriate. And I'm seeking to schedule that now on the basis of engaging with other colleagues. So I hope that, of course, I'll give way. Yes.
Would the Minister for Parliamentary Business at least acknowledge that the Cabinet Secretary for Education and Skills was the one saying that there ought to be a full debate on the subject of violence in schools in government time, and all that we are asking on behalf of Scotland's teachers, Scotland's pupils and Scotland's parents is that we have the opportunity to have that debate as soon as possible?
Minister. Mr Kerr is such an impatient fellow. Of course I was going to come to that matter. Of course I will, but he asked me to come to it now. Let us also, of course, reflect the fact it's very good of Mr Kerr to speak on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary, because, of course, she can't speak on her own behalf. We all rely on Mr Kerr to speak on everyone's behalf. But yes, the Cabinet Secretary did recognise that there should be a debate on this issue, and we will schedule a debate on this issue. I have no problem with the government bringing forward a debate on this issue, and I hear the question when. Well, that brings me on to process. The way that we schedule business in this place is that business managers from each party come together at the Bureau to discuss what we should debate. We agree it there, we bring it forward, a business motion on behalf of the Bureau to schedule business. So I tell you, I'll be going to the Bureau first to discuss it with business managers through our agreed normal processes to discuss the scheduling of that debate in due course. I recognise the importance of this matter, but what I would say to all members is I am more than amenable to be approached by any member about these matters at any stage. I'm more than willing to have a discussion about what we should schedule. Mr Kerr, of course, has written to me on these matters. I will reply to him. Mr Kerr at least had the good grace to write to me and correspond with me about this matter. Mr Briggs, whose amendment we debate just now, has not had the courtesy to even speak to me about this matter before he brings an amendment to this place. This is not a serious way to schedule business. We have a process to schedule business. We go through the Bureau to schedule business, and then we agree here. I'll give way to Mr Ross.
Douglas Ross. I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. Would he accept there should be a principle in this Parliament that issues to be debated on devolved issues should take precedent over issues on reserved matters?
Minister. Well, the matters international are going to have an inevitable impact on devolved matters. Let's consider the impact on energy prices. That's going to have an impact on devolved services in Mr Ross's area. Maybe he doesn't care about that fact. I care about that fact, and I think we should be debating it. And let me make this other point, Presiding Officer. We all have the opportunity to bring forward subjects for debate. This business motion before us also indicates that on the 30th of April, the Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party will have the chance to bring forward a subject for debate. They can bring forward this as an issue for debate then. But I tell you, Presiding Officer, I have accepted and I am committed to bring forward the debate in government time. I'll take that to the Bureau. We can agree it then. We'll schedule it then. We'll bring it back to this place and we'll agree at this stage. But bringing forward an amendment at this stage, frankly, is no more than performative nonsense.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 17059.1 in the name of Miles Briggs, which seeks to amend Motion 17059 in the name of Jamie Hepburn, on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau setting out a business programme, be agreed. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote, and there will be a short suspension to allow members to access the digital voting system. Thank you. The question is that Amendment 17059.1 in the name of Miles Briggs, which seeks to amend Motion 17059 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau setting out a business programme, be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. Call Tess White for a point of order.
Sorry, Presiding Officer, my app wouldn't work. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms White. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 17059.1 in the name of Miles Briggs is yes 31, no 60. There were 26 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. And the next question is that motion 17059 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau setting out a business programme be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Ben McPherson for a point of order.
Apologies, President Officer. I wasn't able to connect. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr McPherson. We'll ensure that's recorded. I call Michael Mara for a point of order.
Sorry, I wasn't able to connect. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Mara. We'll ensure that's recorded. I call Tess White for a point of order.
Sorry, Presiding Officer, my app wouldn't work. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms White. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on motion 17059 in the name of Jamie Hepburn is yes 88, no 28. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is consideration of two Parliamentary Bureau motions, and I ask Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau to move motions 17060 on approval of an SSI and 17061 on designation of a lead committee.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. The question on these motions will be put at decision time, and there's one question to be put as a result of today's business. And I propose to ask a single question on two Parliamentary Bureau motions. Does any member object? No member objects. Therefore, the final question is that motions 17060 on approval of an SSI and 17061 on designation of a lead committee in the name of Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau be agreed. Are we all agreed? The motions are therefore agreed, and that concludes decision time, and we'll now move on to members' business in the name of Jamie Halcrow-Johnston.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.